Id? Sir, you came before the kid. The father must come before the son. Yes. So the city, sir. Yes, the city. He seemed to remember the words he'd once believed above all things. Comexo City belongs to the spirit of the kid and always will. Good, Vorzangler said, relieved that the genius he worked for had not lost his grip on the order of things. So what do we do about the Stormwalker, sir? It hangs above us with all its firepower directed at the city. You don't want any harm to the spirit of the kid, surely? Absolutely not. This city must stand as a testament to the dreams of the Comexo kid. Good, Mr. Pixler. So what should I do? What would you advise? Me? Yes, Doctor. What would you advise for the health of the kid's city? I don't think we have any choice, sir. We are either destroyed or we surrender. Do you think if I were to surrender to this Empress person, she might come for me here? I'm sorry, sir. What are you saying? I'm saying that if she wants total supremacy, then it would be quite a coup for her, would it not? My priceless body in return for the safety of the city. Is that what you want to offer her, sir? I accept, Mater Motley said. Is that her? Pixler asked, sounding quite puzzled. Yes, sir, said Vorzangler. It is. How did she get onto our secure line? She's not on the line, sir. She's here, with me. What? I'm sorry, sir. I had no choice. Why didn't you tell me? She forbade me, sir. And like the sensible coward he is, the old mother said, he preferred to keep his one good eye rather than tell you the truth. I don't blame him, Pixler said. No doubt he thought his little life was all he had, so losing it meant more to him than it would have if he'd known the truth. What are you babbling about, Pixler? Mater Motley demanded. Once we witness the great certainties of the high worlds and the deep worlds, once we know darkness absolute and breathe the truth of light, everything else, like life, seems inconsequential. You make no sense. Do I not? Well, the fault is surely mine, lady. I'm afraid I'm sick. Some strange contagion I picked up on my descent into the waters of the Isabella. You're not going to frighten me off with stories of deep-water plagues, Pixler. I fear nothing and no one. Oh, Empress, that's extraordinary, to have no fear. I want to look in your eyes and see that for myself. Vorzangler? Sir? Will you escort the Empress into the library? Of course, sir. I will be with you in just a moment, Empress. The line was broken and went to black noise. He's no longer in contact, Vorzangler said. He's never done that before. He's always been listening. Apparently not today, Doctor, or he would have realized I was here with you. So take me to him. I can only go as far as the door. I've never entered the sanctum. It's his private world. Well, today you will accompany me, Vorzangler. I am your Empress. Serve me, and I will always be with you. Then, of course, I must obey you. Vorzangler proceeded to make his way through the poorly lit rooms. The only consistent illumination was from the hooded lamps above the paintings that lined the walls. Pixler has very eclectic taste, Vorzangler. The paintings? Mater Motley paused to look at one of them, a very brightly colored canvas depicting a simple white cottage, some trees, a small shed, and a single star. Vorzangler? Yes. What is this atrocity? I believe it's called The Morning of Christ's Nativity. Decadence. Look at it, showing off its colors. It sickens me. I'll have it removed. No need, Mater Motley said. She raised her hand, and the canvas was consumed by an invisible flame, the bright color blackening and blistering until every last fleck of color had been consumed, leaving the antique gilded frame to enclose a view of almost any part of Abarat at that moment. Just a few paces farther on was another picture, its style and subject as agitated and violent as the first image had been calm and peaceful. It appeared to be a body hung on a grid of barbed wire, but the details were hard to decipher. Again the cremating hand was raised, and Vorzangler flinched, but Mater Motley simply pointed. "Now that," she said, "I like." She looked at Vorzangler. "All right, I've had my fill of art." She didn't linger in front of any other painting, but followed Vorzangler to the large room at the end of the passageway. "You seem to have a problem with your drains, Pixler," she said as she stepped into the room. "And with the lights," Pixler replied from somewhere in the darkness. "Everything in here has failed, I'm afraid. Your forces, Empress, have taken their toll. My perfect city is no longer perfect." "Forget about your city. It's you I need to see. Are there no lights in here at all?" There was an edge in her voice, more than a touch of suspicion. "Surely the chamber has a window, Doctor. The light from the burning city would—" "Light," Pixler replied, "would not show you anything your eyes would want to see." "You would forbid me?" "No, of course not. How could I? You are the Empress." "Then what's going on in here? I demand to know." "If that is what the Empress wishes, it is. Then see." And suddenly there was light in the chamber, though it didn't emanate from a lamp. It was Rojo Pixler himself who was the source of this frigid light, though his human anatomy was merely the frail centerpiece of a living form that had taken over the entire chamber, an intricate filigree of lacy tissue that covered the walls and hung in lazy decay from the ceiling. A foul stench was in these layers of rotting tissue, which here and there clotted, forming sluggish creatures that were attached by pulsing cords of matter to the body of Pixler himself. Mater Motley seized hold of Vorzangler, her fingers digging so deep into his body that he cried out in pain. "A crude trap, Doctor." "I had no knowledge of this, Empress," Vorzangler said. "She is no Empress," Pixler replied, his corrupted voice thick with contempt. He rose up now, although there was little sign that it was the work of Pixler's limbs that allowed him to do so. It was the creature within whose body he was enmeshed that drew him into a standing position. "I am a part of something greater now," Pixler said, "and I do not fear your darkness, witch." The light in the lace body flickered. "I have passed eons in a deeper darkness than your gray midnight." Again the light flickered, but it didn't plunge the room into darkness. Instead, it revealed, like a corrupted X-ray, the single vast anatomy of man and monster, exposing with appalling clarity how Pixler's bones were interwoven with the stinking substance of his possessor. Rojo Pixler, the great architect himself, had become a piece of something that existed in all its unknowable immensity somewhere in the depths of the Sea of Isabella. He rose up off the floor, lifting up on fans of fluttering tissue that shimmered as they worked. Rows of wet-rimmed valves twitched and spat. Soft spines swelled into clusters of vicious barbs. Surges of power passed through translucent ducts from one body to the next, noisily spilling requiatic liquids onto the marble floor when they brimmed over. "A requiax," Mater Motley said, her lip curling with contempt. "No wonder it stinks like a shore at high tide in here." "And what is your stench, hag?" the Pixler requiax said. By now, Pixler's body was 10 feet off the ground, lit from below by the flashes of cold luminescence that spilled through the layers of tissue scattered everywhere. "Tell your master to leash his tongue, Vorzangler, or else I will reach into that foul mouth of his and tear it out by the root." Vorzangler attempted to form some response to this, but she was killing him with her grip, and he was losing control of his body. His tongue could only flop about in his mouth, unable to shape a single coherent word. His whole anatomy had been drained of life force, and was now so weak that if the Empress hadn't had her fingers buried deep in his shoulder, he would have dropped to the ground and died where he fell. But she held on to him, shaking him like a little one-eyed doll. "Tell him, idiot!" All Vorzangler could do was shake his head in terrorized despair. "You thought to lure me into a trap, didn't you? With this fish!" Again Vorzangler shook his head, his control over his body seeming to become weaker with every passing moment. "What do you want, fish?" the old mother said. "Are you hanging up there to terrorize me? Because you haven't a hope of doing so. Whatever you assume you have made yourself, you are nothing, fish. Bow down. Do you hear me? Bow down before the Empress of the Abarat." As she spoke, she let her free hand drop to her side, presenting her open palm to the floor. This simple gesture caused her to rise up into the air, dragging Dr. Vorzangler, his body now in the grip of something very close to a full seizure, with her. Others had entered the room now and were witnessing these grotesqueries. Vorzangler's assistants from the circular room had followed him in, as had several seamstresses, but nobody made any attempt to intervene. This was a pitting of higher powers. Everyone watching knew that. Anyone who attempted to interfere now would only earn themselves a quick death, so they all stayed close to the door in case things took a turn for the apocalyptic, and from there they bore witness. "Bow down," Mater Motley said again as she rose, "with your face to the ground." There was no response from the Pixlar Requiax, at least at first. Then, very slowly, the creature began to shake its head. The weight of the great architect's brain distorted the soft bone as it swung back and forth, his mouth lolling open, allowing a stream of fluid that resembled molasses to pour forth. Its issue caused the stink in the chamber to become far, far worse, so vile and overpowering that 3 members of Vorzangler's staff turned and fled, puking back into the passageway. But Mater Motley had seen and smelled far worse. She was untouched by this whole performance. She was standing on the air at the same height as the architect now, and raising her hand, presenting her palm to the enemy. "You have one last chance to bend to me, and then I will make you do so, even if I have to break every bone in you to do it. Choose, fish. Bow or be broken." The shaking of the head slowed and then ceased. Pixlar raised his own hand to wipe from around his mouth the last of the noisome fluid. When the thing spoke again, the corruption of its speech was over. The Requiax spoke now with a clear intention to sound as though Pixlar had regained control, enunciating each word with almost absurd precision. "You would find it hard to break bones that are so soft," the thing began. As it spoke, the thing lifted its arms above its head, seizing the wrist of his left with its right, and twisting it around as though the bones were made of rubber. "I can let the currents carry me and never break. So go back to your currents, fish." "I am no fish, woman," the creature said. "I am Requiax." Chapter 51. Father and Son. Even before the final syllable was out of the creature's mouth, it flung itself at Mater Motley. She had anticipated that it would do exactly that, because as it reached for her, something that resembled a fan, decorated in purple and gold, snapped open in front of her. She blew on it, the lightest of breaths. Motes of purple and silver clouded the air around the Pixlar Requiax's head. Innocent though the weapon she had just called into service might have appeared, the innocence was a lie. It was the most guilty of things, a weapon possessed of the power to lay death down wherever its dart went. The purple and golden motes broke against Pixlar Requiax's face like tiny sparks. As he threw back his pierced visage, finely knotted cords of dark matter flew up out of the many wounds and rose to strike the ceiling. Cobs of plaster came showering down like brute snow. But their descent merely presaged a far more bizarre descent. The knots of dark matter burst like overripe fruit. Out of their split skins came a rain of the Requiax's base matter, the raw sea muck from which its elaborate filigree was made. As soon as it fell on Mater Motley, it began to spread like a vine, insane with its own fecundity, coursing over her body in all directions. Dozens of trails of the nameless stuff raced down her body, crisscrossing to form a foul-smelling net around her. But it was her face that the Pixlar Requiax was most concerned to control, its matter wrapping itself around her skull from 5 or 6 directions at once. "Idiot fish," she said. "I've told you already. Why don't you pay attention?" She reached up and caught hold of the spreading networks of muck that had already overtaken 2/3 of her face. Her merest touch leached the color from the chaotic network of matter. Then she tore it, ripping it away from her face. There was more of the matter to replace it, of course, and the rapping and tearing struggle might have continued for a lot longer had a thin, shrill voice, that of a young boy, not said, "Pops!" Somewhere in the midst of the Requiax, the remains of Rojo Pixlar woke from his nightmare of possession and saw, much to his horror, the only thing he had ever loved, the kid, his kid, at the threshold. "Not now, son!" he yelled. "What's happening?" "Nothing you need to know about. Now turn around and run." "Now, what kind of cowardly lesson is that teaching the child?" Mater Motley said. She casually dropped Vorzangler, whose body was now inert, and reached out to the kid. "Come here, kid. I mean you no harm. Are you the last one standing?" "No, I'm the first, the original, the kid of kids." Pixlar moaned to hear his own child condemning himself, but it was too late. The words were said. "Oh, I think I need you in the Imperial Court, boy." "I can't leave here. Sorry. I gotta stay with Pops." "I'm afraid your poor father is lost forever." The copyrighted smile vanished from the Comexo kid's face. "No," he said softly. "My Pops will live forever." "No, he won't. Because your father has been taken over by something that found him in the deep trenches of the Isabella." "Don't listen to it," the Pixlar Requiax said. "She's a liar. Always was. Always will be." Mater Motley raised her now empty hand, proffering it to the boy. "Come here," she said, her voice all velvet and honey. Her hands told a different story. The arm that reached for the Comexo kid was becoming unnaturally long in its ambition to claim the child, its fingers also lengthening, their shadowy lengths sharpening into black points. "Run, boy! Pops, help me!" "Just go!" The kid started to race for the door, but Mater Motley's hand snatched at his hair, her fingers growing longer, joints multiplying. The kid lost his balance and fell backward, allowing the Empress to drag him back toward her as he shrieked for his father's intervention. "Stop her, Pops! She's stealing me! Pops!" It wasn't his Pops who replied, however. Or rather, it wasn't simply Pops. It was the hybrid creature made of Rojo Pixlar and the Requiax, and it wasn't the kid they spoke to. It was the woman. "First, you murder poor, stupid Vorzangler, who never did you the least harm, and now you go after my firstborn." The whole chamber shook, and the fractured marble on the floor split wider. Water started to pour up through it, its sharp, clean smell unmistakable. It was seawater that was bubbling up into Pixlar's stinking chamber, and it was coming up with such force that it threw over several more slabs of marble. None of this distracted the Empress from her intentions. Her long-fingered hand closed over his face from which his trademark grin had vanished, and he screamed into her smothering palm, "Don't leave me with the bad woman, Pops!" For those who had ventured over the threshold to watch this confrontation unfold, there was no choice now but to retreat and slam the door. It was either that or drown. The seawater was rising very rapidly in the chamber, the space itself repeatedly being battered furiously by the frenzied waters. The enemies fought with powers that invented some new crazed manifestation with every passing moment. Pieces of the bleached dead matter fell away from Mater Motley's face like shreds of a papier-mâché mask, while new mutated forms of the Requiax's matter rose up behind the Empress's head like a black wave curling and curling, preparing to break. She was too interested in drawing the kid toward her to even notice. Or perhaps she did notice and, in her supreme arrogance, was simply indifferent to the threat that the riding wave presented. Either way, she had her eyes and her attention fixed upon the kid. Her arm, impossibly elongated, resembled a long leafless branch more than a limb of flesh and blood. But there were no diminutions in its strength. With her hand still covering his face, she lifted the kid up, his thin legs with their cartoony shoes dragging through the seawater that was continuing to flood the room, the water rolling up against the walls, taking down the pictures that had hung there. The waters were merciless with them, as they were with everything else that the room contained, the antique furniture smashed to tinder, the walls themselves cracking as all that the room contained was caught up in the spiral of foaming waters. The kid had been pulled clear of the chaos, but Mater Motley knew that while she held the child, who was still shrieking for his father's help behind her hand, the Pixlar Requiax could not act hastily against her. One slip and Pixlar's firstborn went into the vortex. However tough Pixlar's manufacturing methods had made his child, once he was caught in the battering waters, he would not long survive. "Accept me," she said, "or the firstborn slips out of my hand." She raised her forefinger from the head of the child, leaving him held by only 3 spiked fingers and her thumb. The kid knew his life hung in the balance. "Please don't hurt me. Pops, don't let her." "He's just a child," Pixlar said. "He's no child," Mater Motley replied. "He's painted plastic, or whatever you make these toys from." "He's not a toy. He has a fully functioning brain. He's able to feel love and fear." "Oh, you mean these screams are the real thing?" She lifted her middle finger from the kid's face. "Don't struggle, kid," Pixlar said. "Just be very still. Please, my boy, very, very—" Before he could again say still, something burst from the tumultuous waters beneath the kid. Another portion of the Requiax, formed from its matter in the likeness of a vast double-thumbed hand, rose up out of the water and seized hold of Pixlar's firstborn. The kid's shriek became so shrill now that no child born from a womb could possibly have made the sound. This was indeed the shrill shriek of a machine. The sound momentarily was so sharp and sudden that it made the Empress lose her grip. The Requiax's double-thumbed hand closed around the boy and quickly carried him away, still holding him up above the tumultuous waters. "Open that door!" Pixlar yelled, his voice, in its sudden absolute clarity, unmistakably that of a man used to being obeyed. And obeyed he was. The doors were opened instantly. The presence of the water in the room quickly subsided. The violent rush threw just about all those who'd been watching the confrontation off their feet, carrying them out into the passageway. There was still enough force in the water to give it the power to sweep the crucifixion and Mater Motley's midnight nativity off the walls, dumping them in the same scummy soup in which the witnesses were being thrown around. From every direction came the din of terror and destruction as the invading waters of the Isabella carried Vorzangler's staff into the passageway, mercilessly tossing them about. The weakest of Mater Motley's stitchlings were simply torn apart by the force of the currents, the rest carried away. The dead doctor's staff shrieked and begged for mercy, but the waters granted no reprieves. "Such noise!" Mater Motley complained, with the offended airs of some high-born woman who'd never heard the din of suffering in her life. "Enough of this! Enough!" She threw a glance at the doors. "Shut up, both of you!" The doors did as they were told. It was something of a struggle, but they pulled themselves shut against the power of the departing waters. Then, without further instruction, the forces the Empress had unleashed in the room set about melting the lock, which sent up a column of sulphurous smoke. The job was quickly done. The lock was melted, leaving the chamber sealed shut. The Empress took a moment to compose herself. Then she said, Let's finish this business once and for all. Chapter 52. Atrocities. If a stranger had wandered into the battle-scarred streets of Comexo City at about that time, they would surely not have been blamed for thinking they had taken a wrong turn somewhere and found themselves in the clutches of a nightmare. Even though there were fires consuming many of the fine, fancy houses along the brightly lit boulevards, nobody was attempting to extinguish them. There were bodies sprawled on the streets and sidewalks, some apparently the citizens of this noble city, unarmed and dressed for anything but sudden death, killed by shrapnel or bullets and left to lie where they'd fallen. There were sights even more terrible that this wandering stranger would have found it difficult not to see, given how numerous such horrors were. And though they might have tried to look away, the scene and the tragic story it left half-told would be imprinted on their memory forever, so that even at life's end, when they no longer knew their children from a tree, they would remember being in Comexo City with the death ship filling the sky and the buzzing of the innumerable flies. Inside the Comexo building, there was another scene just as profound. The drowned lay where the draining waters had left them. The Empress's seamstress attendants waited in the room, idly watching events unfold across the Abarat. The seamstresses were scarcely strangers to things fearful and abhorrent. They had been chosen by the old mother to accompany her into Comexo City because they had each in the course of their lives proved as unrepentantly vicious and enthusiastically cruel as she, or at least very nearly so. But even they, who knew the bellies and bowels of the monstrous, as well as heart and head, stood in mute awe and astonishment, seeing what atrocious glories their Empress's Midnight had called up out of hiding. Some of these scenes the seamstresses knew. They were the stuff of nursery horrors. Queen Inflixia Grueskin was one such. She was the monstrous Queen of Afrit, according to legend, who tended her blood garden where for centuries she'd attempted to grow the missing anatomy to fill the empty cage of her body. She was a terror to frighten children no longer. She was real. There she was, up on one of the screens in all her ghastly splendor. On another screen, a tree called the Braxi, which was by reputation the oldest in the archipelago, had become a gallows from which hundreds of ordinary people had been hanged. This was not the work of some vile demonic force. The executioners had been, until the disappearance of the moon and stars, the neighbors of those they'd hanged. Nor was the incident at the Braxi tree an isolated case. All across the islands, fear caused ordinary people to do monstrous things. One of the seamstresses, going from screen to screen to screen, thinking each time she'd found the worst horror, but then discovering something still more atrocious, said, "This is the end of everything." It was Mater Motley who set her right. "This is the end of their world. The purposeless ones who wanted only to live their lives. Their time is over. Midnight has begun. And out of their hiding places now come the heirs of the lightless hour. See? They come to inherit this broken, bloody world and rule in my name." On screen after screen, beings that the women had never seen before appeared from their sanctuaries, monstrous creatures that had never appeared in any bestiary of the hours, nor ever would. Now they had a world to rule by the laws of chaos. A slothful slug lay upon a slimy rock with a raw tongue-tail and hooks for hands. A two-legged beast with a quadruped beside it walked through a place on Obadiah where a deluge of fire rain was falling. Two human-headed birds sat on a dead branch, debating the weather. Suddenly, from out of the sealed chamber, the Empress's command, "To me, women!" A beat, then, "No!" The seamstresses had kept up a fine illusion of indifference for the benefit of Pixler's stormtroopers, but they had been ready for this moment. Now 8 of them, acting as though governed by one mind, returned through the littered passageway, throwing their collective will at the sealed doors. The hardened sealant on the inside cracked, and the doors were flung wide, pushed from behind by the weight of the water. The women were ready for its fall. They threw up a quilt of invisible patches around them, sewn together by their own hands. It was only woven fabric like any other, but such lattices have strength in their pattern out of all proportion to the mild stuff from which they are woven. The doors smashed against the quilt and broke. The seamstresses entered the chamber and saw what the exchange between their empress and the Pixlar Requiax had come to. The combatants were still high above the ragged hole in the floor through which the waters of the Isabella continued to surge up, their ambition unquelled. The Empress was elevated by a pillar of seething darkness, while the frail form of Rojo Pixlar was borne up by the fronds of the Requiax's continuously regenerating anatomy, which drew up with it countless lengths of woven water. Each carried within its length a cord of the Requiax's matter through which the desires of its mind were communicated. The mind had one desire above all others, to see the monstrous woman standing in darkness before it, dead. She was the enemy, not the greatest of them, to be sure. Other evil, vaster than her by orders of magnitude, was using her to gain a stronghold here in time. That would not happen. She had to be brought down. The glittering cords of the Pixlar Requiax went about their labors, wrapping themselves around the pedestal of shadows on which she stood, and then rising through the soul-laden folds of her garment, forming a net of knotted sea around her. "Get it off me!" the Empress shrieked, appalled by this violation. She couldn't get the rest of the words out. The water ropes had climbed her torso, and there was a noose of water around her neck. It tightened. "No," she said, and raised the hand she'd used to seize hold of Vorzangler, its fingers sharp and dark. Only this time it was onto her own flesh that she turned her piercing fingertips, sliding them down between her throat and the noose. She pulled the water rope off her gullet, far enough at least that she could get 2 words out. "Free me!" The seamstresses were already raising their hands and speaking in Old Aberratian the 8 names of the Creatrix, which would summon to them the means to liberate their Empress. "Giathacat, Juth and Juntak, Kiezazaflit, Inothu and Ijo, Yagathonin, Yut, Yut, Yut." Even before all 8 had been spoken, motes of fire ignited in their hands, forming vicious instruments far more effective at cutting than any knife. They exchanged no words. They knew their business. They came at the column of darkness on which their lady stood and cut at the silver-green waters of Pixlar and the Requiax. The tools that had been the gift of the Creatrix were as efficient as they were strange. They lacerated the waters like assassins in a world of throats. Back and forth, up and down, the cords of water severed, fell back into the churning flood that had produced them. Pixlar Requiax roared his disapproval. "You should have stayed out of this battle, women!" he roared. "It's going to be the death of you!" The water was still pouring up out of the ground, weaving replacement ropes as it did so. They rose up suddenly, only 2 of them, but many times thicker than the cords that had climbed the column. They weren't interested in disarming the women. It was the seamstresses themselves these 2 ropes of water were eager to claim. The ropes didn't linger to choose which women to take. They simply took, snatching 2 of the seamstresses from their cutting and summarily drowning them. The remaining seamstresses were too busy at their cutting to even notice that 2 of their number had gone, but the Empress did. "Sisters, take care," she called to them. The meaning of her words was lost in the confusion. The ropes, having drowned 2 already, rose up to snatch another 2. "No, Pixlar!" Mater Motley cried out, her voice heard at frequencies only living waters heard. "They are just women!" Pixlar was not a man without compassion. His spirit, in the Requiax's cold embrace, saw that the seamstresses were indeed only women. They had let go of the instruments they had been cutting with. They wanted only to live. "We should show mercy on them," Pixler said, exchanging his thoughts with the Requiax. Mercy? Asked the Requiax, searching the grid of its mind for some clue to the meaning of the word. But it was like a piece of bone or a flame. It had no need of mercy in its being. I feel nothing in me, Pixler. No? No. Pixler could hardly blame the creature for what it had never known or needed to know. He was the one who'd baited it with his lights and noise of his heart drowning in the deep. He was the one who'd caused the Requiax to rise up and meet the sky. So it had no mercy to offer up. Such was its state. "Let go of my sisters!" the Empress cried out yet again. This time, Pixler and the Requiax spoke with one united voice. "This is absolute midnight," it said, "and in its darkness, your sisters must die." Part 6. There is no tomorrow. Night comes down upon my heart and smothers me with grief. Let us take comfort before we part, that at least our lives are brief. Anonymous. Chapter 53. Forgiveness. Candy woke, as she had woken so many times in the months of her travels in the Abarat, not quite sure of where she was at first or how she'd come to be here, but figuring it out slowly from the sights and sounds around her. She was in the prison ship. She was down here in the bowels of the vessel with a large number, certainly upward of 1,000, of other arrestees. There wasn't very much light to offer her any details of who these others might be, but what light there was came from 2 ineffective lanterns that hung high above the mass of huddled prisoners and swung violently with the pitching of the ship. They were plunging through some very turbulent waters, which caused the ship to creak and roll, and which was in turn causing no little pain to those suffering around her. She could hear their minds, restless with fear and pain, letting their questions flow unanswered from their bruised heads. Where are they taking me? Was it something I did? Will I get a trial? She wanted to quiet their terrors. It'll be all right, she murmured. Who's there? Who is that? I heard somebody say... I'm going to put a light on, she said. What is she talking about? There are no lights. She's crazy. Just trust me, she told them. Then, very softly, she spoke the wielding word for light. Onazawa. A soft luminescence entered the air around her head, no more than the brightness of 2 candle flames. Then she gently willed it from her, and it spread like a pliant mist, lending its subtle brightness to the air. She urged it to be cautious. There was so much pain here. People who wouldn't necessarily welcome the presence of an undeniable reality, however gently it was proffered. Even now, she heard thoughts from unhappy souls who had no desire to see what her kindly light was showing them. Put it out! Put it out! I'm dreaming, don't you understand? Put it out! It's her, the girl from the hereafter. She's the one who turned the light on. Put it out! No! A strong voice now, the first among all those she had heard so far. Let the light burn. Candy sought out the speaker and found him without any difficulty. He had a great cloud of red hair with streaks of white in it. His square-cut beard was the same mingling of scarlet and white, his skin a bilious green. His voice, by contrast with these excesses, was bland, colorless even. Don't be afraid of anything that your eyes tell you they're seeing, he said. His words carried farther than his volume would have suggested. A trick Candy knew from many an encounter with those who wielded magic. Nothing here is real, children. I promise you that. Even as he made infants of his congregation, somebody nearby whispered his name. It's Father Pardar, the prophet of Map's vault. I am not your father. I am but a child like you, afraid like you, fearing sometimes as you fear. A murmur of recognition passed through the assembly. "Be calm, children. Our Father in the hereafter hears our prayers. The Church of the Children of Eden will come to wake us very soon." Candy couldn't believe her ears. Once again a murmur passed through the prisoners' ranks. This time, however, it was simply the sound of fearful people being granted some much-needed solace. "None of this is real. How could it be?" Parder went on. "What reason could there possibly be for so much suffering?" It came as no surprise to hear affirmation by way of response. "Yes, Father, yes, we have suffered in this nightmare." Pardar went on talking as though nobody had spoken, but Candy could tell from the renewed force with which he went on speaking that his congregation's cries had been heard. "The Reverend listens to our cries. The Reverend suffers as we suffer." Candy couldn't take it any more. "There is no Reverend," Candy said loudly. "You be quiet," said a female who was sitting close by. She had more than a touch of sea skipper in her blood, which gave her eyes the same silvery gleam that Candy had first seen in Izarith's gaze. "That's Father Parder talking." "I don't care who it is," Candy said, pushing herself up out of her dozy slouch. "A lie is a lie, whoever says it." "He's not lying," another of the prisoners said, somewhere in the gloom. "All right, then, he's mistaken," Candy said. "But either way, what he's saying isn't true." "How do you know?" came a third voice. The speaker was a large male. That was all Candy could see. But that was enough to make her very cautious. She had to be careful. She was tired, weak, and vulnerable. This wasn't the time to get into an argument with anyone. Besides, they were all in this together, weren't they? All of them were prisoners on a dark ship under what was surely still a starless sky. She made a small conciliatory gesture, raising her hands palms out to signify that she was letting the argument go. But the man in the darkness who had, Candy saw, a little question mark of hair rising from the middle of his head, wasn't willing to let go of the disagreement. "I asked you a question," question mark said. "Yes, and I heard you," Candy said, doing her best to remain calm and polite. "So answer me." "The pastor has every right to his opinion," Candy replied. She should have stopped right there, but no, she had to keep going. Even when he's wrong. She'd thought that willful, would-not-be-silenced part of her had probably been one of Boa's contributions, but no, it was pure Candy. "He's not wrong," question mark replied. He was getting up now, and Candy was starting to see just how big an argument she had got herself into. The man kept getting up and getting up and getting up, unfolding like an enormous accordion. He seemed almost as broad as he was tall, and as he rose and spread and rose and spread, he recited the gospel according to question mark. It was really very simple. "The Father is right, always. He knows the truth, and he speaks it in words we understand. Accept his wisdom and beg his forgiveness." At this point, Parder himself entered the exchange. "I'm certain she will," he began. "Accept his wisdom and beg his forgiveness," question mark said again. Candy was standing up now. She could feel the rolling motion of the ship, not just as a passenger, but as an empath sharing the ship's state of being, just as her magic had allowed her to share the feelings of other human beings. She could feel the sea breaking against the prison ship's bows, just as question mark's bullying words were breaking against her face. She could feel the rhythm of the waves rolling against her ribs as the stares from all the people around her pressed against her. She could hear the murmur of their thoughts foaming up like the waters. "We're in this together," she said, shrugging. "We're all Mater Motley's prisoners. I don't want to get into an argument with anyone." She took a deep breath, swallowed her pride, and said, "I accept Father Parder's wisdom, and I beg his forgiveness." Even so, she couldn't keep from having her hands behind her back as she spoke, with her fingers crossed. It was a silly playground trick, to make a promise with your fingers crossed so that the promise carried no weight, but she couldn't help herself. She didn't truly accept Parder's wisdom or beg his forgiveness, but she was practical about things. That was also pure Candy. "I forgive you, child," the father said. "Oh, that's nice of you," Candy said. And for an instant, she thought she'd overacted, and the pastor would realize her sweetness was a mask covering a very different Candy. But he was too in love with the power she'd given him to doubt that it was real. He simply said, "The light." "Do you want me to put it out?" she asked him. "Not necessarily," he replied. "Do you have any control over it?" "A little," she said. "Then send it where it can do some good." It took Candy a moment to work out what he meant, but only a moment. Then, being sure to make the task look as difficult as possible, she gathered up the light which had spread around her and willed it to go where Father Parter felt it could be most useful, illuminating him. "That's better," he said as it bathed him. "I think we're going to get on quite well, child." Candy started to say something by way of reply, but the pastor was already talking again about how their father in the hereafter, who, along with his church, was coming to wake them from this terrible dream. "Even now," he was saying, "he is coming to wake us. Even now." Chapter 54. The Empress in Her Glory. Mater Motley had been known by many names in her long, blood-stained life. She had been the Visage, the Hag of Gorgosium, the Old Mother, and much else besides. But she had not fought her fate. She'd endured the time, knowing that there would come a midnight when she would bestow upon her own head the only title that she had ever cared to possess. Thant Yela Carrion, Empress of the Abarat. Her first edict was to revenge herself upon Comexo City for the troubles its disobedience had caused her. She was merciless. The executions were a spectacle no one who survived that dark time would ever forget. For the first 2 hours following the dissemination of her edict and its attendant death sentences, the Empress remained in the circular room, recovering those energies that had been depleted by her struggle with the Pixlar Requiacs. After dispatching with her seamstresses, the Pixlar Requiacs retreated to the depths of the Isabella, leaving the old hag to her empire. And when she wearied of watching the sights on Pixlar's shiny screens, what was the use of inspiring fear if you couldn't smell the sour stink of the terrorized, she perched herself atop the blue-gray mummified hand on which she always traveled and took to the streets. This tour of the surrendered city was the first and last time most of Comexo City's residents would ever see, in the flesh, the woman who had so very nearly destroyed their world. The people of Comexo thought of themselves as sophisticated, not without reason, and, to their eyes, the sight of this empress, about which they had heard so many chilling stories, was surprisingly reassuring. To their well-bred gaze, the woman looked like a relic from some antiquated book of nursery tales. She looked ridiculously laughable, so they whispered behind their hands. She was old and unkempt, like a madwoman. On this last point they were not mistaken. The old mother was indeed insane. But it was not a powerless madness. Even her meditations on the scenes of destruction, which were caught by rumor spirals that moved around her, carried wisdom. At one scene of destruction she paused to study the ruins and saw an orphaned infant lying blank-eyed amid the rubble. "Oh, my pieties," she murmured. "At every turn despair is new. Happiness is of a piece, yet was heard by all. And every hurt is its own world." Then, finished with her unrehearsed elegy, she turned to a nearby scullier and addressed him. "Soldier." "Me, Empress?" "Yes, you. What's your name?" "Himosh, stitched by the seamstress Mesbadee, lady." "And where is your mother?" "Dead, Empress. She perished on the wormwood." "Ah. Well, Himosh, son of Mesbadee, do you see that poor little thing in the doorway there?" "The babe, lady?" "Yes. Bring it to me, will you? It pains me to see its distress." "Do you wish to hold the babe, m'lady?" Why do you sound so surprised? I was a mother before I was an empress, Himosh, and I will be a mother after I am dead, for there will be worms in my womb, will there not? I do not care to think of life without you, my lady. It breaks my heart. You have no heart, Himosh. You are just mud, living mud. Himosh looked conflicted. I don't understand, Empress. If I have no heart, why does the sound of the child's crying trouble me so? I don't know, and I don't care, Himosh. I am an empress, and you are nothing. Obey me. Himosh nodded and put his spear down on the ground. He took 5 backward steps, his head bowed, before turning and scrambling up over the rubble to the doorway where the infant still sobbed. The sound it made was so very like a human voice. But it didn't look human. Its eyes were set above one another, its mouth also set on its side. As a result, its head was long and narrow, and made to look longer still by the infant's ears, which were tall and pricked, like those of an alerted rabbit. "Hush, little one," Himosh said, reaching down to pick the infant up. Its wails faltered once Himosh had gathered it into his arms. He rocked it gently, and its wailing ceased. There. Then he turned and was about to start back over the debris when the Empress spoke. Don't bother to bring it back. Kill it where you're standing. Kill it? Himosh said. Yes, soldier. Kill it. But why? Because I told you to. But it's quiet now. Are you arguing with me, soldier? No, I just wanted... You are! You're arguing! A sudden fury seized the Empress. In her rage, the Empress stepped down from her hand, her skirts so laden with doll that when she did so, the high-backed throne in which she had been sitting was knocked over. She glanced down at Himosh's spear, which responded instantly to her unspoken instruction. It rose up and turned in the air so that it was pointing both at the stitchling and the infant, who was still weeping in his shadow. "Milady, please! I meant no disrespect. I only—" He got no further. The spear flew at him and the child, quickly silencing them both. The death of the stitchling called Himosh and the nameless infant didn't go unwitnessed. There were 11 other stitchlings surrounding the hand, 8 of whom witnessed the scene. But so did many other citizens of Comexo who had come to this spot in order to see their destroyer for themselves. And as the account spread, the number of those who claimed to have seen the 2 creatures, infant and soldier, run through with the same spear also increased. Some of these new witnesses also embellished the cruelty and vileness that the Empress had demonstrated. One claimed that the Empress had called the baby's soul to her and imprisoned it in one of the dolls sewn to her gown. These early additions to the account were within the bounds of believability, but as the story spread and the additions proliferated, they became more and more outrageous. There were tales of the Empress's legions rising up against the Empress, rumors that the dead soldier had reappeared, swollen to gigantic size. There were never any witnesses to these marvels, of course. These rumors simply bred further enemies of the Empress. There were enemies everywhere now, and she needed to be rid of them. So it was time, she decided, to stage the execution of the several thousand individuals whom she had already arrested. With those enemies silenced once and for all, she might reasonably expect those who walk behind the stars to proclaim themselves happy. After all, had she not achieved all that she had set out to achieve? She was now the Empress of all the hours, the Abarat beneath the thumb of her nail. Standing next to her cherished hand in the ruined streets of Comexo City, the Empress unbent the first and last fingers of her left hand an inch, a tiny gesture that was nevertheless seen and understood by some observer in a death ship far overhead. A hexagonal door opened in the belly of the vast machine, and an immense light rained down upon her. She felt the power in the elevation beam pull on her, lifting her up. Though she very seldom took pleasure in relinquishing power to anyone, this was an exception. Being in the grip of the elevation beam was immensely pleasurable. She was perfectly content to let it have custody of her body for a few seconds, opening her arms and turning her palms skyward as the beam lifted her toward the Stormwalker. When she was no more than her own body's length from the underbelly of the ship, she heard a cry rise to find her. It was intended for her attention, she had no doubt of it. Nothing so singular, so strange, was loosed without distinction or purpose. It quickly became more than a single cry. It turned into a litany of cries strung together, a churning murmur of lamentation, which in turn became a raw shriek of rage. It wasn't difficult to decode the meaning of this. Camexo's citizens wanted her to be reminded that, although their city was now in darkness, its inhabitants were going to survive this dark time with their memories and their rage still very much alive. And they would find her, their cries promised, and finish the grim business she had begun. Just in case their cries were not enough, they began to demonstrate one last proof of their fury. Some 200 Camexians appeared from the darkness, converging on the small circle of light where the mummified hand waited for its turn to be raised up. But before the elevation beam could do its work, the Camexians descended upon the hand, fully intending to slay what was already a piece of something dead. Chapter 55. Below. Candy drifted off to sleep. She let out a long, slow breath and let her dream self slide out upon it and through the layers of timber and tar into the ship's skin of paint. It was red, of course. What a fine thing it was to be red. To be the color of fire and blood and poppies and the setting sun. She flowed from the prison ship with dreamy ease, freed of all bodily concerns, yet in that freedom reconnected to all that was essential in her, all that was true and real and right. She glanced back one last time at the prison ship, where her second prison, that of her body, awaited her return. The nearest island was plainly visible to her dream sight, the waves blazing white as they met its shore. The prison ship wasn't far from its destination. A makeshift harbor had been built on the northeastern corner of Scoriae, lit by banks of acidic lights that were being buffeted by the gusting winds. There were 2 prison ships identical to the one Candy had just left, already using the primitive facilities the harbor provided. She could see lines of prisoners, all exhibiting signs of mistreatment, hobbling, some of them, others carried by stronger companions as the Empress's stitchlings beat them with bludgeons to keep them moving. Cruelty heaped upon cruelty. Prisoners begging for a judgment from some higher power Candy no longer believed would intervene. She threw her rage high into the air, where it tumbled over like brawling birds, then dropped back into the Isabella to carry her down. It was dark air, yes, but her presence drew luminosities to her in the billions. Tiny motes of life attended upon her anatomy, formless though it was, and made her a bright cloak that sank, bejeweled, into the lightless deeps. Now she had to put some force into her descent, but that wasn't so hard when the alternative was what she had seen on Scoriae. Yes, she would have to go back there, of course, but not yet. Not quite yet. "Another 10 minutes, Mama, please, before you bid me leave. Just 10. The sea indulged her, and so on down and down she took her gown of light. Such illumination was rare here and drew curious eyes. She'd seen many of their species on her plate or for sale in a market stall, but the species she'd made meals of gave way very soon to others that would happily have made a meal of her. Many were relatives of species she knew from the hereafter, albeit much changed by the waters in which they swam. The hammerhead shark had become less hammer and more axe. The whale that moved with solitary grandeur below her housed a bright globe of much smaller fish which seemed to propel it. And still she descended, increasingly mindful of how soon she would have to return to the ship and her body. "Just another minute or 2, she begged. There were coral cliffs down here, though they seemed dead, their faces white with ash from the chimneys that vented volcanic fires, outposts of Mount Caligula's empire. And then, seconds before she knew she must return to the ship, she was blessed with a vision. A tree appeared in her head, driving away the gloom. A living tree with lemon-white blossoms and a canopy so perfectly blue, she'd heard a poem once about that very thing. Life was something, and dead the crew, and sinking the ship, no, and hold the ship and drowned the crew. But oh, how very blue the sea is. She was tempted to dive on, deeper still, and she wondered how far she would have to propel her thoughts before she had sight of the legendary Requiacs. Diamanda, Candy remembered, had called them the enemies of love, the enemies of life, wicked beyond words. Candy had asked where they resided, and Jofie had told her that they were deep in the Isabella, where she hoped they'd stay. Diamanda had doubted that things would be so simple. She'd heard rumors that they were on the move. There are those who say that when they surface, it will be the end of the world as we know it. Well, that had come true already. So did this mean the creatures below her were now going to be walking the islands? She had to see them for herself, just once, a quick peek. What did the enemy of life and love look like? She might never get another chance to find out for herself. She willed her thoughts down into a darkness beyond all darknesses she had ever witnessed before. Something down there knew she was coming. She could feel its vastness unfolding, its limbs or tongues or both, reaching up toward her thoughts and touching them with a beguiling gentility. And as they touched her, she remembered, for no reason she could fathom, something else she'd been told. Except that the subject hadn't been the Requiacs. It had been a remark about the fact that magic seemed to be just about everywhere nowadays. "It's going to take time to root out all the magic in these islands," she once heard somebody saying. "We've got a lot of books to burn, a lot of spirits to break." Then, very slowly, the tentacles unknotted themselves, and there below her was the man who'd spoken those words, though he'd changed much since their last encounter. "Hello again," said Rojo Pixler. Chapter 56. The Hand in Fire. "Up!" the Empress yelled to the doorkeeper and his staff. "Quickly, quickly! They mean to harm the hand." The doorkeeper, Mr. Dromadian, was already coming to greet his Empress on the broad walkway, which was automatically moving into position. She stepped off the air and onto the walkway. He had wiped the grin of welcome off his face at the first glimpse of his Empress's expression. Before he could even murmur a word of welcome, she said, "Get your soldiers down there, Dromadian, right now!" "Yes, ma'am," he yelled an order to the captain of the guard. "You heard the order, Fleshak!" Captain Fleshak, a gargantuan scullier stitchling with a uniform that barely constrained his six-armed torso, was on the task. "I did indeed, sir." He summoned 3 of his stitchlings to his side with a few sharp syllables in the old voice, and then simply plunged into the elevation beam with his fellow soldiers following behind. "Who's doing the attacking?" Dromadian asked. "Insurgents, radicals, working to undermine the throne. I want them alive, Dromadian. I want to take my time with them to get the truth." "I have every faith in Captain Fleshak, ma'am. He knows—" There was a soft whoomp from the ground below, and a bloom of jaundiced light around the base of the hand. "No, damn them!" the Empress shrieked. "I don't lose him, too." Dromadian didn't understand what she meant by that, but he understood perfectly well the wisdom of silence. Besides, the Empress needed no further prompting from him to speak out. She seemed, to the doorkeeper's respectful eyes, to be a woman on the edge of insanity. Though her head was directed so as to allow her to look down at the ground, her eyes darted everywhere rather than look at the sight below. But then, given that she seemed to feel some affection for the hand on which she was so often perched, it was little wonder she avoided sight of it. Dromadian turned his head away and didn't even realize his Empress was demanding he act until her words began to slap him on the face like blows from a thorny stick. Bring the thing up, she was screaming. Into the ship, the doorkeeper said, plainly appalled at the notion. Yes, of course, into the ship. Quickly, do you understand, you cretins? If he dies, so do you. You burn up the way he's burning. Oh, lady, no. Then save him, you idiot. The doorkeeper became a blur of action, first slamming his fist against a large yellow alarm button, which caused panicking alarms to whoop throughout the vessel. Dramatian had very specific orders. All firefighters to the receiving bay. We have an emergency. He then yelled down to Fleshak. Extinguish the fires by any means possible, Fleshak. You hear me? Fleshak yelled something by way of reply, but it wasn't audible over the sound of the crackling fire from below. Bring him up, the Empress again demanded. Did you not hear my order, Mr. Dramatian? I heard, milady, the doorkeeper replied. And he's on his way up to you, milady. The engines of the Stormwalker were indeed already at their churning labors, empowering the elevation beam to lift the blazing hand up off the ground into the belly of the Stormwalker. Waves of stinking heat rose up off the hand as it threw itself around within the confines of the beam. Dramatian's alarms had by now brought responses from all directions. Pumps had been primed and numberless hoses directed at the massive burning form. "Get the water flowing!" Dramatian yelled. He'd no sooner spoken than the hoses bucked and spat, and foaming waters poured out of them. There was a tremendous hissing sound, and clouds of steam rose up from the elevation beam as the flames were doused. Once the hand was within the confines of the vessel, doorkeeper Dramatian ordered the aperture closed and the beam shut off, which allowed the firefighters to concentrate their hoses on the hand with even greater force. The flames were quickly subdued, but the damage that had been done to the hand was horrendous. It was so weakened by the flames that it could barely stay upright on its fingertips. It tottered like a vast infant as the waters buffeted it. "Enough!" Mater Motley yelled. "Do you hear me, Dramatian?" "It's done, milady," the doorkeeper replied. The hoses were shut off. The flow of water dwindled and died completely. Even without the water beating against it, the hand had difficulty standing upright. Its dead flesh blistered and in places burned away completely, leaving only blackened bone. "Leave us," the old mother said very quietly. The doorkeeper was plainly uncomfortable with the notion of leaving his empress in such unpredictable company. "Perhaps if I just stay at the door." "Out!" the old mother yelled. Then more quietly, "I won't have it watched while it suffers. You understand?" "Of course," Dramatian replied. "Captain Fleshak, you and your men—" "Understood, sir," the captain replied. At a nod from their captain, the firefighters departed. Fleshak waited at the door for the doorkeeper to join him, then they too left. "I'll make this quick," Mater Motley said. "You served me well. I'm sorry I failed to do the same. Be free." She walked around the hand, counterclockwise. The crude circle her feet drew on the ground unleashed a wave of black energy which converged on the hand. It knew what work it had to do, and summarily did it. "Go," the hag said. The hand took the comfort it was granted. Its fingers folded up beneath it as it toppled sideways, collapsing in the filthy water. Pieces of burned matter broke off the thing and struck the walls of the chamber. The hand twitched where it had fallen, and then the unnatural life force that owned it for so many centuries went out of it and was gone. The Empress didn't linger to keep the company of the twice dead. She went directly to the bridge so that she could speed the vessel on its way to Scoriae. The enemies of her empire were there, awaiting their executions. Chapter 57. A Knife for Every Heart. Candy's eyes shot open. She was on dry land. For that she was thankful. The last thing she'd seen was a glimpse of Rojo Pixler, or something that had once been Pixler, lurking in the depths of the Isabella. It had smiled at her hungrily and then reached for her with vast tentacle limbs. She was glad to be delivered from that vision. "What island is this?" she murmured, hoping there would be someone close by to answer. There was. Beaming with happiness, Malingo's face came into her field of vision. Malingo? You're awake. I thought you'd really got away this time. Candy offered a smile back up at him, or at least she tried her best to do so. But she felt so dislocated from her body she wasn't entirely sure it was doing what she thought it was doing. All she knew with any certainty was that her eyelids still felt very leaden, and that despite the pleasure of seeing Malingo again, all that she really wanted to do was to feel sleep gather her up into its arms again and carry her away to some kinder time and place. No, Malingo protested. Please don't leave again. I need you. We all need you. All? He looked away from her, and, curious to see what Malingo was seeing, Candy pushed herself up into a sitting position. Lordy Lou, she murmured. They weren't alone. There was an immense crowd here, sitting or standing, most of them silent and seemingly alone, the whole assembly contained within a long rectangle of razor wire. From what I gather, there are about 7,000 of us, Gaza said from somewhere behind her. She looked around at him. He was climbing up onto the top of the boulder, followed by, much to Candy's surprise, Betty Thunder. Candy took a good look around. How come we get to sit on the only rock? She asked. You're famous, Gaza said, so we get the rock. Who are all these people? We're all the Empress's prisoners. Is it just the 4 of us? No. Eddie and the Johns are here, too, Gaza said. What about Geneva, Tom, Clyde? Betty gave a sad shrug. We might find them, though, said Malingo. Eddie and the Johns are out there looking for them and trying to find out why we're here, what we've all got in common. She doesn't like us, Candy said. What more reason does she need? She's the Empress now. She doesn't answer to anyone. Everybody answers to somebody, said Gaza. Candy shrugged and stood up to survey the crowd. Bonfires were blazing in dozens of places around the camp. By their light, Candy saw that the crowd here was just as diverse as it had been on the boardwalks of Babylonium. Though these were prisoners, not pleasure-seekers, the familiar exuberance of Aberratian life was visible. The same dream-bright colors that had no name, the same elaborate configurations of feathered crests and fanning tails, eyes that looked like smoking embers and rings that were decorated with constellations of golden eyes. The only real difference was in the noise the crowd made, or rather its absence. The pleasure-seekers at Babylonium had whooped and shouted and howled at the dusky sky as if to call it down to join in the fun. But there were no whoops nor shouts here, nor were there tears, just whispered exchanges, and perhaps here and there some murmured prayers. They're all watching the sky, Candy said, seeing the cracks opening up. Well, that is a good thing, isn't it? Malingo said. I saw a star just a little while ago. See it? Oh, and there. She knew this would happen, Candy said. She knew the darkness wouldn't stay? Of course, Candy said, momentarily forgetting she'd kept her conversation with Carrion a secret. She quickly added a defensive, I mean, how could she not? She had to know that whatever creatures she put up there wouldn't live forever. Otherwise, why would she have all the troublemakers locked up? It just makes sense. What's going to happen to us now? Malingo said. We're going to get out of here, Candy said, before Mater Motley gets here. What makes you think she's going to come here? Gaza asked. She's worked a long time to get all her enemies in one place. She can take us all out at the same time. What? There are thousands of us, said Malingo. Yes, and we're hidden behind a volcano at the end of the world. Nobody will ever know if we're murdered here. And she'll want it soon, before some order is put back into things. How can you be so sure? Said Betty. I just am. I think I've come to understand her. A little. Well, I don't see how we get the 6 of us out of here, Betty said. Maybe you and Malingo. No, Candy said. What do you mean, no? Is 6 too many? When I say all of us, Candy said, glancing back toward the compound and all the souls imprisoned within it, I mean all of us. There are stitchlings in every direction, Candy, Gaza said. Yes, and no doubt she'll bring more with her when she comes. Lordy Lou, Malingo murmured. How many more? Gaza wanted to know. What does it matter? Candy said. I need to know what we're going to face, he said to her. I don't have precise numbers, Gaz. I wish I could explain it better, but I can't. All I can say, I know she's coming, and that she'll have a knife for every heart. She'd no sooner given her grim answer to his question than a commotion started running through the crowd. Candy tore her gaze away from her friends. What now? She asked. Candy walked to the edge of the boulder in time to see a blind man emerge in front of the crowd. Candy Quackenbush, he said. Do I know you? No, said the blind man. I'm Zeferio Carrion. I believe you know my son. Chapter 58. Now, because. Candy slid down off the rock. Her visitor was standing with his back to one of the fires, so he was almost entirely in silhouette, except for his eyes, which, despite their sightlessness, had somehow drawn into them all the light being shed by the peeping stars. Either the cold or simply fatigue filled the old man's body with tremors. Only the starlight remained constant. I don't understand, Candy said. What do you want? Zeferio reached into the pocket of his baggy jacket. I used to make money by reading these. Candy accepted whatever he was handing over to her. These are tarot cards, aren't they? An Aberratian deck. I lost my old deck to the wind a long time ago, but I found another. These look different from the ones I saw in Chickentown. They are. There are 88 cards in an Aberratian deck, not 78. And of course the images are different. Not all of them. Some faces are ever present. Candy couldn't see the designs on the cards clearly from where she was standing. There wasn't sufficient light. But she could feel the visions on them, their vibrations moving through her fingertips, and they made her want to get a better look at them. So she moved out of the blind man's shadow, turning the cards down and out so they were lit by the flames. Now she saw them. It was no wonder her fingers had felt their power. Such visions! Some of the images were beautiful, some were terrifying. Some of them made melancholy music in her head, like the lost songs of things that would never come into this world or any other. She was unable to take her eyes off the flow of images long enough to look back at the blind man, but he didn't mind. Lost forever, she said to herself. I didn't quite catch. I've just always believed that nothing was really lost. Ah, if only... So, you saw me here? In one of the cards? It wasn't just one of them. You will wear many faces. I don't see me anywhere. Good. Only a fool thinks he sees. You're Christopher's father? Quite so, he said with a strange calm. Christopher, oh, my sweet Christopher. He was so small once. Zeferio lifted his hands, cupped side by side, to show how small his beloved son had been. Candy took the opportunity to take hold of one of his hands. Here, she said, your cards. Please, you keep them. Use them. They are already mapped with what I've learned. Now you add your own journeys to mine, and it's all part of the thread. What? The thread. Do you not know of it? No, but I do believe there's a pattern in the hours, a hidden connection which will show the greater order of things when the time is right. Ah, said Zeferio, you are wise. I want you to live, Candy. I want you to know the greater order, and if you wish to, pass it back to me, so that those among the dead who are lost, and there are many, find their way to the embrace of everything. Everything. That's in the air a lot, isn't it? Yes, that or nothing at all. It's an age of absolutes. What comes after this age? I've no idea. Why would I? You must have asked the cards how this is all going to end. The cards don't tell the future. It hasn't happened yet. We hope that certain things will happen, but none of it's guaranteed. We may want one kind of future and get another kind entirely. My daughters used to sing a rhyme. All these years later, I still hear it. There is no tomorrow, there never was, Candy said, picking up the rhyme immediately. Beg, steal, or borrow, now because there is no tomorrow, there never was. Beg, steal, or borrow now, because. We used to sing it too, Candy said. Why tell me this now? Because now is all there is, and because you sense her too, he said. Oh, Candy said. She's not alone, is she? No, of course not. She must have at least 7,000 stitchlings with her. That's what Christopher told me. Is he with her now? I doubt it. She thinks he's dead, drowned in the streets of Chickentown. But he isn't, is he? I came here to find you so that you could help make peace between us. I want to see my son one last time before I die. He's all I have, lady. He's all that I have left to love. You might find loving him a bit difficult. He's no saint. Well, nor was I. When he was born, I was one of the most feared men in the Abarat. I thought that was something to be proud of in my stupidity. I made it a point of pride to burn every harvest I hadn't planted and tear down every tower that I hadn't built. When I think of the harm I did. He paused, drawing a ragged breath. Whatever memories his mind was seeing, they made him weep. My son can do no worse. I was only 42 when the fire destroyed the mansion. It killed my wife and all the children except for Christopher. 42. It's nothing, 42. But I managed to fill up that little time with so many shameful things. Terrible things. I just wanted to tell Christopher there's still time. Still time to do what? Candy said. Heal those he's hurt, Cefario said. You can't heal the dead. You're quite the plain speaker, aren't you? It's the truth. Oh, I don't doubt it. My son has done a lot of terrible things. I see the stain he leaves behind him on whatever he's touched, even on you. Candy suddenly felt as though somebody had just emptied a bucket of sewer water over her head. How clear was the stain on her that a blind man could see it. You do know it wasn't me he wanted, right? It was Princess Boa. She'd been hidden in me all my life. I didn't know she was there until I found the Abarat, or it found me. Are you sure? About what? Christopher wanting Boa and not you? Yes, I know it, Candy said, nodding. I saw you in a vision once, while I was laying out the cards. I had no idea who you were, but you were talking to Christopher, who was lying down, barely able to lift his head. That was back in Chickentown, yes. He was very weak. I thought for certain he was going to die. He wanted to talk to Boa, and of course I let him. What did he want from her? He wanted them to die together, and she was ready to go along with that. No, I don't think she was. I can't be sure, even though you were sharing a mind. Sometimes I couldn't find her. She hid from me, even in my own head. What does it matter? Does he know that you and the princess are no longer together? Yes, he knows. I saw him in Tasmagor. He came to find me. Well, no, to find her. But in the end, all he got was me. He came to warn one of us about what was coming. Some tension that Candy hadn't seen in the blind man's face until now suddenly melted away. You know that for certain? What? That he wanted to save my life? Or her life? Yes. Yes, I know that for certain. Why? Does it matter? That he has a shred of goodness in him, that he cares enough about somebody to put himself in harm's way? Yes, it matters a great deal, only to me, perhaps. But then I'm the only one who has to live with the knowledge anyway. The knowledge of all the terrible things he did, the families he destroyed, the love he destroyed. I was a bad man before the fire, Candy. I'll be the first to say so. But I didn't teach him to murder people with their own nightmares. That was my mother's doing. The mad hag of Gorgosium. And now our empress and executioner. She's there. As he spoke, he pointed to the card that had surfaced in Candy's hands. She'd been sifting through them as they talked, and one had drawn the blind man's attention. "My mother," he said. The image on the card was one of heart-stopping terror. In a bare room, lacking even the most rudimentary comfort or decoration, was a single occupant. A small, unclothed figure stood looking at a window that filled most of the left-hand quadrant of the picture. Through it, staring down at him, was the vast bloodless face of a devourer, its teeth glittering. "I don't think this is your mother," Candy said. "It's a symbol, not a likeness," Zephario replied. "There is a difference. That thing at the window represents the power that allowed my mother to do all that she's done. It is Nefori, one of those who walk behind the stars." Candy could feel cold emanating from the painted image. It made her head throb. It's Nefori magic she wields. That's why she's been able to do so much harm. I pray my son hasn't made the same bargains with them. Why? Because the price of that power will be a terrible thing to pay. I could perhaps persuade him to turn his back on the Nefori if I could speak with him. Then talk to him. I need your help to do that. This isn't something I had planned for. I have no wish to put you in harm's way. That's not what worries me. I have no money. I wouldn't want it even if you did, Candy replied. Then what do you want? We need to leave this place, Zephario. Well, that shouldn't be difficult. You have the power to make a glyph, do you not? Oh, I do. And this one is going to be very unusual. Chapter 59. A Whisper of Infinitude. The Empress Thant Yela Carrion stood at the 50-foot-wide battle window of her Stormwalker and viewed with immense pleasure and subtle satisfaction the spectacle of the ceremonial assembly of the Imperial Executioners. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. There were 8 battalions of Stitchling executioners, each 1,000 Stitchlings strong. The excess of knives to hearts was intentional, a precaution taken in case the number of condemned turned out to be significantly larger than expected, or there was a failure to successfully kill among some portion of the executioners. Their commander Stitchlings were sewn with special symmetry from remnants of finely woven fabric and the bleached skins of scaly reptiles. The Empress stood, admiring her seamstress's handiwork, when a voice, entirely unwelcome, interrupted her reverie. "Hello, grandmother." The old hag bristled. "Christopher." She didn't turn. She didn't need to. She saw his reflection in the window as he stepped out of the shadows. "This is unexpected. Yes, I have new scars. But then you know that. You gave them to me." As he spoke, a flicker of the old rage, the fury that had erupted from him on the deck of the Wormwood, reappeared. The nightmares caught the infection of anger and became still more livid. "I sense that you still harbor a measure of resentment toward me," the Empress said, turning to face her grandson. He hardly resembled at all the despairing, forsaken creature Candy Quackenbush had met in the alleyway behind the marketplace at Tasmagor. Now he was wearing fine robes, new white linens that made a perfect screen for the light from the blazing ziggurat on Scoriae. And the nightmares in his new collar threw their own illumination up onto his face as they circled his head. Are my reasons hard to fathom, lady? Carrion said. With just a few words you could have saved me. You suffered, and so did I. But we recovered. We can still plan for the future. She looked past the interwoven strands of nightmares to find the glittering gaze of her grandson. Now you should go. I don't choose to go now, grandmother. I want to see why you're not going home to Gorgosium. I hear you tore my tower down. I tore all of those ugly things down. Why? Don't be angry about your tower, darling, please. I thought you were dead. You thought no such thing. You knew I was still living, just as you knew the soul of my princess was hidden in candy Quackenbush. You just see the things you want to see and disregard the rest. The Empress offered no reply to this, at least not for half a minute or more. She just tapped on the window, watching her army. Finally she spoke. You can take my tower. Carrion was genuinely shocked at the proposal. I can take it? It's yours. I'll have you escorted back to Gorgosium. Carrion laughed into his night terrors. Oh, you are very clever, aren't you? You can't slip out of this so easily. I want to see what you've got hidden in Scoriae. Enemies, Christopher. Just the same old enemies. Only in an hour they'll all be dead. Every last one of them. Ah, now I see. A knife for every heart. The old mother nodded, the weight of the years and the crimes and the betrayals heavy upon her. Yes, a knife for every heart, she confessed. Are you happy now? I am about to do the last and bloodiest business of a very bloody time. You needn't witness it. No, but I will. You may keep your fine tower, lady. I want to see this business to the very end. Then you can deny me no part of the spoils, for my hands will be as stained red as yours. Then come, she said. But they all die. Understand that? All of them, no exceptions. Of course not, lady, he said, as though he had ever been the compliant student learning the ways of the Empire. What must be done, must be done. You want all of them out in a single glyph, Cefario said. There's no other way to do it. There are thousands of people here. It's impossible. No, it isn't. It's never been done. Maybe not, but that doesn't make it impossible. The two of us working together. I'm no magician, he said. Well, then why do I get such a buzz of power off you? Maybe it's the cards. I'm holding the cards, Mr. Carrion, so try again. We have very little time. Tell me about the Abarat. What do you know about it? Not very much, Candy said. I know what it isn't. It's not like the almanac. It's not a guide to magic. I think maybe it's magic itself, am I right? Well, to an extent, yes. Wherever there's the Abarat, there is magic. A lot of magic. Is a lot enough? Enough to fuel the creation of a glyph to carry all these innocent people away from here before their executioners arrive? If I had an entire book, the answer would be yes, more than enough. But you don't. No, Cefario said. No. You have a piece? A piece of a page. Disappointment crossed Candy's face. You have one piece of one page? I know it seems like a small amount, but it isn't. Each book had 8 pages. Each page was square, and divide. 8 horizontally, 8 vertically. 64 squares on each of 8 pages. That's... She closed her eyes to do the calculation in her head. That's 60 times 8 is 480, plus 8 times 4 is 32, so that's 512. What does that even mean? It brings us back to 8 again. How? 5 plus 1 plus 2 equals 8. Okay, so what's the big deal about 8? If you turn the number on its side, it's infinitude. Oh, that little squiggly sign. I suppose that is more or less an 8, isn't it? Where's this all going? I only have a little piece, but it's a piece of an infinite thing, so it too is infinite, at least in theory. Your piece of paper, what does it say? Nothing. There are no words in the Abarat. Then what's in it? Squares, lots of squares, filled with color. And it is in the energy between the pieces that the magic ignites. I want to see it. I'm not sure you should. What? Now you don't want to show it to me? It's unpredictable. All right, but we don't have a lot of time. We agree on that, right? Yes. So unless you... All right, Zafario said. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I hope this isn't more power than you can handle. He reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope made of coarsely woven cloth, pressing it into her hands. There was a strange fumbling moment between them when it seemed to Candy that, even though her head was telling her hands to take the package, they were refusing to play along. The flesh fears it, Zafario said. Why? Because the Abarat changes all that it touches. I'm not afraid to change, Candy said, her voice no longer playing tricks. Then take the magic wisely and regret nothing. That sounded like good advice, even to Candy's reluctant hands. They accepted the envelope, and now, resigned to the consequences, whatever they might be, they opened it up. There was a piece of thick paper, perhaps 4 inches square, inside it. She saw red first, brighter than the hull of any ship she'd seen plying the waters of the Isabella. A blue current had caught it up, and it burst against one of the sides, shattering into blue and green. Not one blue, but 1,000, and green the same, every fleck of paint that the brush deposited a variation on the originating note. Be careful, she heard Zafario say. She glanced up at him, but her gaze never focused on his face. It slipped over his shoulder, through the crowd of prisoners and up over the fence, slipping through the coils of barbed wire on top of the boundary fence and out, across the wasteland that lay between the camp and the slopes of Mount Gilligally. It ascended in a heartbeat up the steep slope. Her eyes had no interest in studying the barren heights, however. There was something above the volcano that had claimed their attention. There was a storm up there, vast and implacable, moving in with the obscene certainty of a blood-hungry army. There was thunder in it, but it wasn't a natural thunder, rising up to crack the sky, then falling away again, muttering its complaint as it retreated. No, this was the churning thunder of an endgame machine, a funeral march played for those about to die. It neither cracked nor complained. It simply grew louder as its source approached. "Oh, Lordy Lou," Candy said very softly. "What can you see?" "The biggest storm clouds I've ever seen. It's ridiculous how big they are. And that thunder." "That's not thunder," Gaza said as he climbed down the boulder, the rest of the group following closely behind. "Who are they?" Zafario quickly demanded. "They're fine," Candy said. "They're my friends." "Nobody's fine. Not around this much power." "Well, it's too late." Gaza was staring at the Abarat. "It's so beautiful," he said. "See?" Zafario told Candy. "What did I tell you? Give me the piece back." "Let me look at it," Gaza demanded. "No," Candy said. "We have to hurry. You see that storm? Motley's in there somewhere. Her and the stitchlings she's bringing to execute us." "Mother," Zafario whispered. With those 2 syllables, Zafario gained everyone's silent attention. It was Malingo who broke it. "Are we supposed to trust him?" Malingo said. His nostrils were widening ever so slightly as he suspiciously inhaled the scent of Carrion the Elder. "I've had bad experiences with Carrions." "My mother has a lot to answer for," Zafario said. "And it will be up to you to make sure she doesn't get to keep her empire. She's murdered a lot of innocent people to get it. We can talk about the future once we have it in our hands, Candy said. And how do we do that? Malingo said. A glyph, Candy said with certainty. A glyph? How are we going to keep all these people from asking stupid questions and getting in our way? Why would they get in our way? Because they've never made a glyph before and we don't have time to explain. Just because it's never been done before doesn't mean it's impossible. We just have to spread the word, very quickly. Candy looked back at Zafario, who must have sensed her gaze on him because he said, Go on, you're doing just fine. Mr. Carrion gave me a piece of magic, and we're going to use it to spread the gospel of the glyph. It's either that or waiting for the executioners to arrive. Well, that's an easy choice, Gaza said. Let's spread the gospel. Chapter 60. Abarat. On the far side of the camp, close to the fence that bounded the northern end of the compound, John Slop, whose head was positioned close to the top of Mischief's left antler, and therefore had the best vantage point of all the brothers, said, Something's happening over on the rock. I said we shouldn't have wandered so far, John Phillip remarked. Eddie, did you hear what Slop said? Wait, where's Eddie? It's spreading, John Slop murmured. What's spreading? Mischief said. Eddie, Phillip yelled. Please, Serpent said. There's no need to make such a song and dance about it. Eddie's perfectly capable of... Is anybody paying attention to these storm clouds? John Sallow said. I've been watching them. That's the problem, that cloud. Sallow, it's on the far side of Gilligali. Has anybody seen Eddie? No. I'm warning you, said Sallow. That's not a normal storm. It's spreading. Look, even in the last couple minutes. It's getting bigger, said John Slop. What's getting bigger? Said John Phillip. Candy's sitting on the rock and she's giving... I don't know what she's got. It's bright and it's being passed on. It looks like she's got a flame and she's just passing it on. And it's... spreading? Yeah. We should just go back over there and see what it is for ourselves, said Mischief. Now you're just being sensible, John. Don't do that. You'll take all the fun out of things, said John Drowse mockingly. We can't go anywhere until we find Eddie, Phillip said. I see Eddie, John Sallow said. He's over there doing a scene from Mythfit Unbound. How do you know it's Mythfit? He's standing in a bucket. Oh, said all the brothers in unison. The Abarat had begun its work. Even though there were almost 2,000 people between the rock where Candy was sitting and the spot where the John brothers were arguing, Candy could hear their circular exchanges quite clearly. She could hear, too, Eddie's recitation of the speech from Mythfit Unbound. And the world'll go on without me, this is certain sure. Should you choose to doubt me, I'll leave and close the door. If she'd simply heard clearly that collection of voices, given the distance between them and the number of people who were filling that distance, it would have been remarkable. But there was more, a great deal more. She could hear, with the same extraordinary clarity, the voices of all the people who were talking in the space between them. Not only was she able to hear them all talking as though she were standing a step away from them, but she was also able to make sense of every single voice, her mind a crowd of attentive candies, giving to every speaker a slice of her mind's pie for them and them alone. There was, in addition to her many listening selves, one Candy who heard it all, and heard the pattern in the words, and gently, as the wind might carve a cloud with subtle gusts, moved each where she needed them to go without their knowing she was present. She wasn't alone in this endeavor. She had given Malingo, who had created a glyph with her before, the charge of guiding Gaza and Betty and the Johns, while she kept Zafario Carrion to work with her. He would either prove to be their greatest ally or a complete liability. But Candy was spreading a vision which Carrion had seen quite clearly before Candy had departed from the rock. They would all have to work together to conjure a glyph so massive it would carry them out of this place of death before Mater Motley's vessel appeared. There wasn't time for doubt or weakness. Like all structures, their escape glyph would only be as strong as its weakest creator. Somehow, Candy had to galvanize these sad, broken people, show them that there was a life after midnight. She was giving them all a piece of the Abarat as a touchstone, a way to hold on to the vision she had just shared with them. But even when they had a piece of the Abarat's power to lend them strength, it was difficult not to succumb to despair. Everywhere Candy went, she heard the same suspicion being offered up as to why the camp had been built in this particular spot. It wasn't that the Empress was trying to hide her atrocities behind Mount Galigali. It was something far grimmer. No more than 3/4 of a mile from where the camp was situated lay the edge of the world. The waters of the Sea of Isabella simply ended and plunged over the edge of the Abarat and into oblivion. It was into those foaming waters, and then over the edge and into the void, that all of Mater Motley's enemies, once slain, would go, to be carried away by the waters into the silent abyss below. It was here the maps of the Abarat ended. There was nothing documented beyond that point. No other worlds had ever been seen in that bleak firmament, nor suns, nor moons. Even Candy couldn't quite shake off the power of that image, the knowledge that if she failed to make this glyph a reality, then her body would be carried away with the bodies of everyone who'd been executed, and all that she had seen or dreamed of would go down and down into that pitiless void and be lost forever. It had to work. That was the thought she needed to hold on to. And she had reason to hope. Tentative tremors of affirmation in the air, as the first of the people who had been touched by her vision of escape, and given a tiny but significant boost in their strength by the fragment of the Abarat they had been given, rose like signals above the heads of those who'd willed them to appear. She let a line of thought go out to the signal closest to her, from which it gained another spurt of strength, and more on the next closest, and the one after that, the vision gaining clarity as each connected with each. The path of her first thought was set now, and it had no further need of her, fueled as it was by the thoughts of all those it had already met on its way. She turned around and sent a second thought on its way, out into the vessel that her vision and passion were inspiring. A vehicle built from the intersection of two magics. One was ancient and external. It was rooted in the essence of things. Was a thing red or blue or gold? Was it earth or sky or water? Was it alive or dead or hanging in the balance waiting to be judged? This was the primal power of the Abarat. The second magic was rooted in the limitless particulars of living beings, each carrying their hopes and doubts and rage to the furnace where the vessel of their salvation might be made manifest. Here was the mystery of creation, played out on a field of dirt and desperation. Candy could see it, this mystery. It was happening all around her. Out of the common earth of living beings, fragile and afraid, came the extraordinary forms of a glyph beyond the conceiving of any single mind. She heard the voices of her fellow prisoners daring to hope aloud, one voice whispering a second, two voices whispering a third, fourth, and fifth. I dreamed this. We're not dead yet, and we're not going to die. The answer to how is to do, Candy said. That's all there ever is. We're not scattered pieces. We're all one hope, one will, one dream. The Abarat was a light in her own body now, throwing off hundreds of blazing notes, each trailing lines of light, sketching the glyph against the sky. It was a crude rendering, but it showed the congregation gathered below the scale of their endeavor. And rough though the sketch was, there was something potent in its chaos. It was a vessel, this glyph, designed to hold every kind of thing that the desire for freedom called forth, whether color, form, mark, or meaning. However disparate the visions were, the glyph would somehow turn their energies to its purpose. Some visions were painted in color that had the clarity of myth. Their blues were as vivid as the skies over paradise, their reds redder than any blood rose love had ever bruised into bloom. Others were nameless, eruptions of color behind color, iridescences and luminosities, stains and corruptions, in which the glyph found the phantoms of forms that bespoke their conjurer's dreams. A two-headed axe bound by ropes of smoke, another roped by rivers. A temple of carved divinities, each painted another unknown color, their heads crowned with the garlands of mercurial blossom and barbed cloud. Candy felt a wind blow through the colors that she held, scattering them like the embers of an ancient fire, and she was astonished to feel a portion of her soul go with them, conforming not only into the shape of wind and flame, but into a third shape, which was that of their antiquity. Like all sacred works, it was both momentary and eternal, the intertwining of thoughts rising from the prisoners like branches from dreaming trees, the spinning prayers casting entreaties out to anything in any heaven that might come to their rescue, the tiny fires that took a piece of Candy's soul for fuel as they went to find the lighter of all fires, the begetter of all winds, the lover of all souls, and carry its holy song back to lift the brimming vessel up upon its music. She was a constellation now, pieces of her soul speeding in search of deity, while the sigils of her flesh, bone, and mind were gathered up by the glyph's authority and elegantly placed in the vast design where all the ley lines of its structure converged. She knew what she had been called to do. For all its vast intelligences, the vessel had need of a pilot, and she had been called to duty. "Lady!" She was not alone. Malingo was rising to the left of her, Gaza to her right, and beyond them, and behind her, and in front, all the other authors of this vast device rose into its midst, their entrance instructing further reinventions, as though their very presences caused the system to convulse with bliss, turning every thought and breath and bead of sweat into an exaltation. One part of Candy, impatient, doubtful, human, wanted the glyph to get underway, to carry them all off before their executioners arrived. But another part of her, a quieter, calmer part that was perfectly content to die if death was the price of enlightenment, took too much pleasure in the splendors visible from her place at the vessel's heart to let fear of what might come steal what she was witnessing. "All are boarded," Gaza said. And, as if on cue, the first blind burn of lightning came, turning Gilligally into a black pyramid against a heaven of flawless white. "Oh, Lordy Lou," Malingo murmured. "We're too late. The hag is here." Part 7. Oblivion's Call. The place is where, the question how. The hours are when, if never, now. Found written on the wall of an abandoned asylum on Gorgosium. Chapter 61. Missing. "Grandmother?" Mater Motley had put her hand, palm out, against the battle-deck window. Though her head was bowed, Carrion could see her anguished features reflected in the smoke-smeared glass. "What have they got?" she said. "I don't understand," Carrion told her. She, very slowly, looked round at him. There was naked disgust on her face, either at her own lack of foresight or at her grandson's stupidity, perhaps both. "Do you not feel the barbs raking your skin?" Carrion considered the question, looking down at his hands as he did so, as though to silently interrogate them. "No," he said, "I feel nothing." Then his eyes went up to his glass collar. Inside, he saw his remaining nightmares were behaving strangely. Depending on circumstances, they behaved in one of two ways. When feeling peaceable, they slowly swam around, warily studying the world outside their dreamer's collar. When they were aroused, however, either by rage or a desire to protect their maker, They would lash and thrash like electric whips, causing the fluid they all breathed to become milky and laced. But now they were doing something they'd never done before. They were perfectly still, the entire length of their bodies pressed against the glass so as to be as close to their window as possible. Whatever it is you're feeling, my children are feeling too. Your children? Mater Motley said, her expression of disgust souring with contempt. Yes, dearest grandmama. I know you much prefer to burn your children and their children, but I take pleasure in the company of mine. You do well to remember that you were the one I kept from the flame, do you not? It's never far from my thoughts, Carrion replied. Truly, I know I owe you my life. The Empress's expression sweetened at this. As I do my scars, and quickly soured again. As I do my purpose, my very reason for living. And what is your purpose? To serve you, lady, Carrion said. He met her gaze, his eyes the color of the midsummer sea, a gleaming, glittering blue that concealed unfathomable depths, black, blacker, blackest. All but one of his children that had retreated to the inside of his collar had detached themselves, and were now looking at her. Did they understand the meaning of the conversation between the old woman and their master? Did they understand her contempt and his subtle mockery? It seemed they did. When he ceased to study her, they too looked away, returning their gaze, as did he, to the new form out the window. The vessel hawked up another limb of lightning and spat it down upon the bleak flank of Mount Gilligally. The force of the strike threw up a cloud of vaporized rock, in the midst of which fell a hail of lava boulders, which would have beaten holes in a vessel less well designed than the Stormwalker. A number of them struck the battle-deck window, but for all her sensitivity to the nuances in the air, the assault of shattered stones didn't perturb the Empress in the least. She simply stared, unthinking, out at the billows of pulverized rock pressing against the battle-deck window. "Call in the commanders," she instructed Carrion. "Quickly now!" This time, Candy knew there would be a kind of thunder to follow the lightning. It wouldn't be the rolling growl of burning air, but the boom of guns. Mater Motley wasn't going to let her prisoners go without a fight. "Candy? Candy!" It was easy enough to identify the speaker. It was Zafario. But it was a lot more difficult to work out precisely where he was located. She had lost contact with him as the construction of the glyph had escalated, and she had almost forgotten, in the heat of the moment, the deal that she had made with him. He had given her the means to make this escape possible in exchange for her attempting to connect him with his lost child. He had kept his side of the bargain, and now it was her turn. It had to happen immediately. There'd be no other time. "Gaza," she said, "I'm going to have to leave you in charge of getting this glyph and everyone inside it away from Mater Motley. Do whatever you have to do." "Where are you going?" "To keep my promise." "Are you crazy?" Gaza said. "A promise is a promise. Even when you make it to a Carrion? He can hear you, you know." "I don't care," Gaza said. "He's going to get you killed." "And he growled, his brow in knots. "Why can't I? Can't I?" "We have to go," Candy said. "I have stuff to say." "Then say it." "I love you," Zafario said. "Oh," said Candy. "Well, that's sudden." "I'm speaking for the young fellow here." "Oh," Candy said matter-of-factly. Then, comprehending, "Oh, you do?" she said to Gaza. "Yes," Zafario replied again. "He loves you with every last bone in his body," Zafario replied. Gaza smiled confidently. "There's more," he said. "There's no time for more," Zafario said. The look of confidence had gone from Gaza's face. His eyes looked at Candy, ashamed of the young man who stared out from behind them, unable to say the words. "Zafario and I need to go," Candy said. Gaza simply nodded. "I'll be safe up there." They looked at each other. I wish it was different, she said, staring at his sadness with her own. You know what I mean? Yes, and his knowing was enough for her. Maybe there'd be another time when things were different, but for now, I'll see you soon, then, Candy said, and with perfect timing, the glyph released her, extending its own structure 20 feet or so, allowing her to drop down below without injury onto the shattered ground of Mount Gilligally. The Empress had begun to give her instructions. Time was of the essence, she let it be known. Time, and that the job be done flawlessly. In a few moments, she told her commanders, the Stormwalker will emerge from the cloud of volcanic dust that the lightning limb has caused to temporarily blind the vessel. At which point, she went on, I will have a comprehensive view of the site of execution. We should expect some minor attempts to resist. These people have foolishly tried to live by their own laws, refusing to obey the judgments laid down by their superiors. Obviously, no empire can sanction the presence of such individuals in its midst. They will leave before their executioners arrive, Carrion suggested. Do you find this funny? No, grandmother, I believe what you say is absolutely correct, and these iconoclasts should be executed. But nothing. A knife for every heart, remember? Of course. Well, you have the knives, I realize. But regrettably, the hearts have already departed. Impossible. The vessel was emerging from the smoke now, and what Carrion could see was visible to a growing number of soldiers. The camp was empty. The prisoners had gone. Where are they? She said, quietly at first, then more loudly. They were here. 6,691 prisoners. The gates are still closed. They were here. 2 of them are still here, one of the commanders, a small gray-skinned stitchling called Chandras, pointed out. The compound is empty. They're not in the compound any longer, my lady, Chandras told her. They're down there on Gilligally. The stitchling pointed out of the window down at the boulder-strewn slope. Do you see them? It's Candy Quackenbush, Carrion said. Of course it would be her, the Empress said. She was bound to be in this chaos somewhere. Who's with her? It doesn't matter. Whoever he was, he shouldn't have gotten so close to her. It will be the death of him. I need a gunner, she demanded. No sooner had she uttered the words than one stitchling called out, Empress, I have the gunner ready at the bows. She has acquired your target. Gunner? The Empress yelled. The gunner's image appeared. Here, my Empress, she said. Targets, Christopher said. Ah, there you are, the Empress said. 2 stupid animals standing in our way. Thank you, Christopher. My pleasure, Empress, and my duty. Shall I have them killed? The image of Candy Quackenbush and her traveling companion came up on the window. The latter had been extensively scarred, his face little more than a rigid mask of disfigured tissue, out of which he gazed blindly. Despite his maiming, there was something in the man's bearing that caused Mater Motley to hold back for a few moments. I have the target in my sights, Empress. Shall I fire? Wait. She brought the window closer to her so as to better study the mask of scar tissue for some clue as to the face it had been before its destruction by... Fire, she murmured. It was a simple, stupid mistake. Gunner Khnia Mata had been trained to respond to an order without hesitation. The syllable her Empress uttered was barely audible, but she responded to the sound of that one syllable by simply pulling the trigger. It was impossible not to be astonished by the speed with which the girl from the hereafter and the blind man beside her were erased by bursts of brilliance as each rocket found its target. Chapter 62. The Volcano and the Void. Candy, sitting atop the higher slopes of Mount Gilligally, stared up at the immense expanse of the Stormwalker's underbelly as it slowly passed over her. The immense machine seemed almost close enough for her to reach up and touch. The guttural drone of the vessel's massive engines made the scree on the slope dance a lunatic dance. "It's time. Take me to my son," were the words Mater Motley had watched Zephyrio say to her. He was right, Candy knew. This was the moment. The Prince of Midnight was inside the Stormwalker with his grandmother, and was there any place he was more likely to be on this night of nights, when old allegiances became clear, than with her? She had to get them both up into the great lightning machine before the Stormwalker destroyed them both. And then, up out of the unsifted memories in her head, a word sprang onto her tongue, a word in old Abaratian. It had a flawless provenance. Candy had taken it from the sleeping mind of Princess Boa back in the days when she had used Boa as a living repository of magic. Boa had in turn learned the word from the same source she had used for the wieldings and invocations, prayers and necromancing, her devoted Christopher Carrion. And who was Carrion's source? Of that Candy had not the slightest doubt. Carrion had learned the word from his grandmother, Mater Motley, who was riding high in the Stormwalker over their heads. Somehow that confirmed the rightness of the word she was about to utter. She had tracked it around in a circle back to the Hag of Gorgosium. She didn't even know what the word meant, but she knew this was the right moment to say it. It had 4 syllables. Yet ha, si, ha. "Are you ready?" she said to Zephyrio. "For what?" he said. "I can't be sure, but I think there's going to be a staircase made of smoke, and we're just going to climb it." "Then I'm ready." At that moment, though Candy didn't know it, the Empress of the Abarat was studying them in the window. No, not them. Zephyrio, trying to work out what it was about the burned face that puzzled her. "Yet," Candy said. Words of magic had to be spoken very cautiously, Malingo had once told her he had read in Wolfswinkel's books. They had to be pronounced clearly so that the forces that were being summoned into activity knew exactly what they were being instructed to do. As Candy spoke the second syllable, "Ha," the Empress looked up from the window, suddenly realizing what element had worked such a terrible transformation upon the face on the slope below. "Fire," she'd said. Gunner Khania Mata had thought she had heard her Empress's instruction. She had not aimed for one figure or the other, but for the rock between them. The rocket would blow a hole in the rock between them, causing the ground they were standing on to fold in on itself, carrying both of them down to their deaths. "See." Gunner Khania Mata pulled the trigger. The charge in the gunner's launcher exploded. "Ha!" The explosive charge slammed against the expulsion plate at the base of the rocket. The phenomenal power of the weapon, which had been mounted on the Stormwalker so recently that the gunner had never had an opportunity to test it, completely blindsided her. The whole launcher kicked so violently that the gunner was thrown back across the gunnery tower, her neck snapping at the same moment the rocket struck the flank of Mount Gilligally. Such was the power of the rocket's release that a ripple of its force passed through the entire Stormwalker. It juddered and rolled. As its motion settled, the Empress called forth 5 more windows to study the after-effects of the rockets. "What do you see?" Christopher asked her. "A hole in the side of Gilligally, and a lot of dust and dead rock." "So they're dead?" "Of course they're dead. The ground opened up beneath both of them, and down they went into the fire." "What fire?" Christopher said, looking toward the window. "There's nothing left burning in Gilligally, surely." "I might have killed Candy Quackenbush, but I've resurrected Gilligally." Mater Motley turned and walked back to look at the volcano. "So many resurrections. First Boa, then you, now Gilligally." "I was never dead, lady," he replied. If I had been, I would have remained that way, happily. He didn't look back at her. He just kept staring at the ever-multiplying streams of magma as they coursed down over the volcano's flank. Stop obsessing on the girl. Did she really mean something to you? Yes. She reminded me I'd been in love once, and that maybe I had deserved to be loved in return. He stared past his grandmother at the wasteland visible through the battle-deck windows behind her. She was quite a creature. Look, there, her last miracle. She made them a glyph. That's how they got away. She made a glyph big enough to carry all of the prisoners. Impossible, the Empress told him. I'm looking at it, Christopher replied, pointing past her. The Empress turned, following the direction of his finger, out through the battle-deck window. Beyond the empty camp was a stretch of boulder-strewn wasteland, and beyond that, the void, an empty darkness into which was headed the immense glyph that Candy helped create. They've gone over the edge of the world, one of the Stitchling commanders remarked. Indeed they have, the Empress replied. That's the end of them, then, a second commander said. There's nothing to hold them up out there. They'll fall forever. How did she do that? Mater Motley said to herself. Does it matter? Carrion said. She's dead. She won't be doing it again. The Empress responded as though he hadn't spoken. The amount of power that takes. Where did she get it? She talked very quietly, almost to herself. They don't seem to be falling, Carrion said. Are you sure that's the edge of the world? A copy of the almanac had already been brought out, and the map in it carefully studied. Christopher went over to the commanders and snatched the copy away to scrutinize for himself. Of course, none of the information in these wretched almanacs are reliable, he said. To the north of Scoriae, the Sea of Isabella fell away into a featureless darkness along the edge of which was written, "This is the edge of the world." Beyond the edge, etched in white letters against the blackness, were 4 letters widely sprawled. V-O-I-D. Void. They will fall, one of the commanders said. Forever and ever, said Motley. We should go to the very edge, then, Carrion said. He was smiling now, genuinely pleased at the prospect. I want to see what this void looks like. I already gave the order, the Empress said. We'll be waiting for them if they attempt to turn around. The Stormwalker had taken 1 lightning stride and was about to take a second, moving the 2-mile-long vehicle over the deserted camp toward the edge of the Abarat with extraordinary speed. I see no sign of her glyph falling, Carrion said. It will, his grandmother said. There's nothing out there to hold it up. See for yourself. She directed Christopher's attention to the port side of the Stormwalker. There, beyond a stretch of solidified lava, the Isabella rushed on toward the edge of the world, where it fell away, throwing up churning clouds of spray. Impressive, Carrion said. Yet her glyph still flies, the old hag groaned. How? Where does power like that come from? She glanced at her grandson. Did she ever talk to you about these powers? The girl? No. But I have a theory, he said coyly. I'm listening. The blind man who was with her. I knew him. Not the face, of course. There's nothing left there, but the eyes. Something about the eyes. Don't be coy. Talk. It's ridiculous, he said, but I remember them from a dream. I was just a boy, and they looked down at me. Then he whispered something to me. What did the man say? Carrion's gaze slid in his grandmother's direction for a second or two, then he looked away. He looked down at me and he said, "I love you, little one." Chapter 63. Pigs. Yet ha see ha. The Stairway of Fog had understood very well the urgency of Candy and Zafario's situation. It had formed beneath their feet and instantly closed up like an accordion, lifting them up into the belly of the Stormwalker through an open door that then closed very quickly, protecting its passengers from the explosion that peppered the hull, on which they were sprawled with a number of projectiles that struck it like bullets. They were alive. The breath had been knocked out of them, and they were a lot closer to the Hag of Gorgosium than either of them would have wished, but they were alive. "That was quite a word," Candy said. "I've never wielded something that moved so quickly." She stopped, silenced by the sound of two low-ranking Stitchling soldiers engaged in a fierce exchange as they opened an iron door that brought them into this portion of the hold. Judging by their banter, the old hag's seamstresses had devoted considerably little time to their mental capacities. "There's quagmites on this vessel, I swears." "You and your quagmites, Shavios," the other Stitchling said as it sniffed the air. The sound of its voice changed suddenly. "Huh! You right! "See, you smells it too," said Shavios excitedly. "That's a human being. I told you I knows it, lummock." "How'd you know what a human being smells likes?" Lummock wanted to know. "I were under Wormwood when it's went the air after." "You saw that Chickentown?" "I did. I saw all that drownsed." "Were it horrible?" "Oh, yeah. It were vilely," Shavios said gravely. "I was thrown out the ship. I ended up in... I forgets. I still got the paper." Candy heard the sound of the Stitchling rummaging for something. "Here, hold my knife," he said. This probably wasn't a bad time to snatch a look at the enemy, Candy thought. She peered out from behind the tarpaulin-covered crates where she and Zafario had hidden and got a clearer look at the Stitchlings than she'd ever had before. There was an intelligence in their behavior, though not in their speech, that she hadn't expected to see in the sacks of walking mud. And she noticed that the mud didn't simply fill the sack, the way dirt might. Rather, it pushed out of little holes as though it was constantly in the process of reinventing itself. There was something in the weave of the sack that then crawled all over the Stitchling's forms, repairing any larger tears by crudely re-stitching the thread. They were, quite obviously, as she had been, two in one, the thing occupied and the occupying thing. These two Stitchlings in particular were chaotic asymmetrical beings. One had an arm that ended in something more like a lobster claw than fingers, while the other, thanks to some seamstress's whim, had no less than 4 hands at the end of one arm, 2 pairs set palm to palm, and no hand at all on the other arm. Lobster Arm was apparently Shavios, because it was he who now brought a tattered piece of folded paper out of the jacket of his mud and blood-splattered uniform. He pulled out a pair of spectacles with both lenses cracked and peered at the map. "This am's the place," he said proudly. "The place I fell from Wormwood." "Oh, yeah, now," said Lummock, obviously skeptical. "How's that certain?" "What that sign sayins?" "Sign? It's sayins, Fort Calm." In less stressful circumstances, Candy might have found some humor in the Stitchling's error. He had an advertisement for the Comfort Tree Hotel in his hand. "Was there battles?" Lummock wanted to know. "Was there battles? Was there battles? 9 peoples was killed just by frights. And it was all the human beings that was doing the crazies. I didn't do nothing. I was just smelling 'em." "And you smell 'em here now? That's how comes your nose, huh?" "Yips." They both inhaled. "Oh, yes," Lummock said. "I smells it." "Give me my knife back," Shavius demanded. "I'll cut some." His knife was, in fact, a machete. He felt the heft of it, and even in the shadows Candy could see the sick smile of pleasure that came onto his face as he did so. This was a weapon he had used. She knew it. The evidence was there in his lipless smile. "Ready?" he said to Lummock. "I was stitched ready," Lummock said smugly. "We gotta be ready for dems to come at us all at once. They's vicious, these—" His remark was interrupted by what was unmistakably the grunting of a pig. A very large pig, its grunting encouraging more noise from pigs in its vicinity. "Oh, piggy-wiggies," said Chevios. "Look 'em." He pushed Lummock aside. "I sees me some piggy-wiggies, I does. "What am's you doin'?" Lummock wanted to know. "I wants to hug a piggy-wiggy, and then maybe takes a bite. Just one bites." "Fooly fool. Them's not piggy-wiggies to hug and bites. Them's the Empress's piggy-wiggies. She don't give care how many piggy-wiggies she has. What do you think, she come up down every morning to count 'em?" Chevios replied, pulling open the cage door. He reached in. "Come on, you looks delish." He talked to the pig as though he might have spoken to a baby in a sing-song voice. Come, piggy-wiggy, pretty piggy-wiggy." The charm didn't last very long. When the pig failed to respond to his request, he quickly lost his temper. "Come, you vilely pookand," he yelled, throwing the cage door open. "I needs my belly filled all up. Wally on, pookand, wally on." He reached in to grab the hog with both hands. The creature squealed as it was hauled out by the stitchling and lifted up into the light. It was a big beast, its body striped orange and blue, except for its head, which was that of an albino, its flesh stark white, its eyes blood red with long white lashes. Though it retained some porcine snout, its features were flatter than those of an ordinary pig, making the animal look almost human. "Oh, yous is a gorgeous, yous is. I could. Apparently besieged by his own appetite, Chevios opened his mouth, which was lined with rows of dagger-like teeth, and bit down on the animal's neck. The pig's squeal became even shriller. Candy kept her eyes fixed on the struggle between the diner and his dinner. It was seconds away from catastrophe, she sensed. The pig was too strong, and the stitchling too concerned about his empty belly to notice. Keeping her eyes locked on the two devourers, she caught hold of Zephario, tugging on his arm to let him know the moment of departure was near. But before Candy could say a word, the pigs broke free, all of them squealing now. Backs, dum-dum poogoos," said the fooly fool. "Oh, now looky what youm's done," hollered Lummock. "We should move, now," Candy said. "Good plan," said Zephario. Pigs were jumping and scrambling under them and scrambling to free themselves of two stitchlings' grips. The chaos was good news. It distracted the stitchlings long enough for Candy and Zephario to reach the door. Their luck, however, quickly ran out. At the last minute, Chevios flung his claw about wildly and accidentally entangled itself in Candy's hair. The stitchling turned to see what it had snagged. Its face went slack. "Human being," the stitchling said. He turned Candy toward him, and she was treated to her first close-up view of a stitchling's face. It was a mixture of genius and crudity. The stitches were large and uneven, but there was an uncanny realism in the way it moved. This was no simple brute. The Toto mud that gleamed in his eye-holes, forming his shiny wet eyes, had intelligence in it. "I knows yous," Chevios said. "Chickentown girl. Candy Quackenbush." It said her name with remarkable clarity, but the words had barely escaped his lips when Candy felt a wave of force, like a narrow wind, rush past her. The air ignited all around her, just for a second, then the ring of light and power passed her by, closing like an iris as it did so. It struck both stitchlings in their chests. They loosed a shock of rage and pain. Chevios's claw went limp, freeing Candy's hair from its grip. She instantly turned to look for Zephario. "Are you all right?" she asked him. He was reaching into the interior of his jacket, mumbling to himself as he did so. "Can I help?" she said, reaching toward him. Though her fingers didn't touch him, She sensed how close they were and retreated from him with guilty haste. "That power surge," she said. "It was you." Behind her, Shavius bellowed, "Candy Quackenbush! She am's here!" "Oh, great," Candy groaned. "Cargo hold 9! Cargo hold 9!" shouted Lummock. "I'll kill her," said Shavios. And so saying, he stood, picking up his machete as he did so, and ran for Candy, swinging his machete in the air. She saw the machete coming and tried to throw herself out of its path through the door into the next hold, but the thresholds of the doors between the holds were abnormally high, and she stumbled. She might well have cracked her shin bones had she not reached out and caught hold of the doorframe. Shavios swung at her again, and this time she might have perished had he not lost hold of his dinner. At that moment, a pig charged into him, knocking him over and taking Candy with him in the process. Candy was shoved aside by the stitchling's bulk. She lost her grip of the doorframe and fell back among the pigs. There were several seconds when all Candy could see was a blur of wet snouts and curly pink tails. Then she sat up, in time to see Lummock stagger away from Shavios, whose machete was buried deep in Lummock's head. So deep that the blade was entirely hidden for several inches of its length before its painted end could even be seen. Shavios reached out and caught hold of the machete's handle as his companion toppled backward. This had two consequences. One, it stopped Lummock from falling backward. Indeed, it pulled him back into an upright position where he teetered for several seconds while Shavios twisted the machete this way and that, attempting to free it. Candy was watching Shavios's face when he finally worked the blade loose. She saw his expression shift from frustration to pleasure. There, the blade was coming free, only to decay seconds later into puzzlement, more than puzzlement, fear, and Candy knew why. It was only common sense. She saw Shavios try to push his machete back into the hole he'd just unstopped, like a man with a fat cork trying to fit it back into the narrow opening of a bottle from which a genie was escaping. It was a lost cause. Still he pushed, and as he did so, the mud from Lummox's head leaped at him. So fast, so horribly fast. Tentacles, black as the stitchling's eyes had been, but shot through with smears of vivid color that had surely never been in gray-brown muck mined on Gorgosium. Shavios knew he was in trouble. He let go of the machete and instead used his free hand to stem the flow of mud. "Lummock! Shavios, I'm sorry. Accident. Oopsies. Lummock! She aims to blame the—" He drew breath and yelled, "Candy Quackenbush!" The mud that had once been Lummock didn't care about his explanations. It continued to crawl up Shavios's arm, leaping over his fingers, and then, just as Shavios drew breath to yell Candy's name one more time, Lummock oozed into his open mouth. Candy shook herself out of her trance of curiosity and turned to Zephario. "We should get—" she started to say, but the blind man had already gone. Chapter 64. No Plan B. "Why haven't we fallen out of the sky?" Gaza said. "Maybe because we haven't stopped moving?" Malingo suggested, though there was precious little conviction in his reply. "How far have we come?" Gaza looked back over his shoulder. "Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy," he said. "What's wrong?" "We're a lot farther from Scoriae than I thought we were." Malingo got to his feet and turned around to look back through the glyph's semi-translucent walls. It was a beguiling, rapturous spectacle, with layer upon layer of figures, their colors shimmering toward the stern of the glyph. There were people in all directions, some assembled in groups, many solitary, but he resisted the temptation to study them too closely. He needed to focus his attention on the northern coastline of Scoriae. Gaza had been right. They were indeed a lot farther from Scoriae than he thought they'd be. If he squinted, he could just see the area of flat ground where the internment compound had been located, and beyond it, Mount Galigali, which was no longer the inert rock it had been for so long as any of these people could remember. A gaping hole had been torn open in its flank, and liquid magma blazed from the wound, hawking up phlegm fire to spit at the sky. "Caligula's gonna go bang," Malingo said. "Hasn't it already?" "I think it's got more destruction in it than the few fireworks we've seen so far." "Really? Funny, I feel like Caligula right now. I'm going to go bang, but a good bang. No, a great bang," Gaza said. "Oh? What's brought this on?" "Not what, Malingo. Who?" "Oh, her. What was it that got you? Her eyes, right? Blue, brown, blue, brown." "But each time, a different blue. A different brown. Lordy Lou," Gaz said. Malingo's smile withdrew, only lingering in his eyes. "I didn't realize. I'm sorry," Gaz said. "What's to be sorry for?" Malingo asked. "You don't look very happy now. I didn't realize." "We Geshrats seem to always want more than fate has given us." "That's not just a Geshrat problem." "No?" "No. When you like something, even love something." "Or even love, yes." "Yes, love. That's the word." His voice got louder with every syllable. "Why not use it?" "Perhaps more quietly?" Malingo said. "Why? She makes me happy, crazy happy. And I know I shouldn't feel this way, but she's, I don't know, hypnotizing me with those eyes. Blue-brown, blue-brown." "You do sound crazy. Be careful," Malingo warned him. "Everybody can hear what you're saying." "Fine by me," Gaza said. "I've got nothing to hide." He raised his voice to be sure he could be heard by everyone in the glyph. "I love the girl who brought us together, Candy Quackenbush. None of us would still be alive if it weren't for her." He reminded them all, his voice coming back to him in mysterious echoes off the vaulted ceilings and the nine-sided chambers. "But we're not safe yet. The stormwalker that's waiting for us back there is even bigger than our glyph, and it contains an army of stitchlings, one stitchling for every one of us. A knife for every heart. That's what Mater Motley has planned for us. But we're free, and we're going to stay free. The problem is there's 7,000 knives they haven't used yet." There were murmurs of assent from all directions, high and low, port and starboard. "Does anybody disagree?" Gaza yelled. He let the silence play out for a few seconds to give any dissenting voice a chance to be heard, but there were no objections raised. Candy was the heroine of the hour. "All right," he said, smiling. "So then it's agreed. We have to go back. Wait!" The voice of a woman came from somewhere on the starboard side. "Before we turn around, there's something everybody should know. The vessel the Empress has come after us in is a death ship. It's called a Stormwalker. I saw copies of the plans for its construction. It could blow us out of the skies in a heartbeat." There were murmurs of suspicion. How did she see plans for a thing like that? Whose side was she really on? "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't on the side of what's right," the woman said. "I want Mater Motley brought to trial for murder. My brother, Kaltu Mothras, was tortured to death by her and her seamstresses." "Why?" "We don't have time," Malingo started to say, but the question had been asked, and the woman was already answering it. "I'm Juna Mothras. My brother and his wife, Geneva Peachtree." "Wife?" Malingo said quietly to himself. He had spent many hours in Geneva's presence since they had all banded together around Candy, but not once had he heard Geneva make any mention of a husband, which would have sounded odd under any circumstances, but was particularly strange when the husband you were talking about was one of the most famous revolutionaries of Abarat. Malingo needed to be certain that this woman was who she claimed to be. "So, Juna," he said. "Yes." "Do you know Geneva well?" "Very well." "Well enough to tell me which book she knows by heart from beginning to end?" The fact that Malingo had presented Juna with such a demanding question had a murmur of anticipation to make the colored compartments of the vessel churn, color flowing with color, creating hues that only existed in the ethereal or metafictional dimensions. "Of course," Juna Mothras replied without hesitation. "The Testaments of Potashak. She knows every word." "Is that the right answer?" Gaza said. "Yep," Malingo told him. "She knows Geneva. We should listen to her." "I don't know much," Juna said. "All I can say with certainty is that if we try to come at the vessel from either side, we'll be blown out of the sky." "So what do you suggest?" Gaza said. "Are we supposed to leave Candy on that island?" "Look at it! Look!" He had picked, quite by chance, a particularly opportune moment to direct everyone's attention toward Scoriae, because 2.5 seconds later, the top of Mount Gilligally, which had been a shape so recognizable it had been used on Z500 Pattersam notes without need of identification for many years, blew off. A column of liquid stone poured heavenward, blackening a sky that was only just beginning to clear the dirt from the sockets of the stars when the flame turned into an oily black smoke that blinded them again. Meanwhile, titanic shovelfuls of infernal cinders rolled smoking down the slope, pitched so far by the force of the eruption that some of them flowed down onto the beach, where they rolled into the water, throwing up clouds of steam. "I think there's only one way to go," Juna said. "And where's that?" Gaza said. "We go straight at the Stormwalker." "You mean fly straight at that thing?" "That's suicide, surely," said somebody else. "On the contrary, I think it's our only chance because it's the last thing she'll expect. She thinks we're frightened of her." "We are," said John Slop. "No," said Gaza, "we're not. And if we admit to fear, then we're already lost." "So what's going to stop us colliding with her?" "Nothing. We will collide with it, and push it back, directly into the mouth of the volcano." "Is the glyph strong enough to survive the impact?" "I don't know," Juna said. "We're only as strong as our will to survive." "All right," said Gaza warily. "Let's call that Plan A. Who has a Plan B?" There was a very long silence, which Malingo eventually broke. "Apparently there is no Plan B," he said. "Well, that keeps it simple," said Gaza. "We fly straight at the Stormwalker and take our chances." "What will they do? What will they do?" The Empress paced back and forth in front of the window, watching the glyph. "They can't stay out there forever." "Maybe they're not out there," her grandson said. "What nonsense are you talking? I can see them with my own eyes." "Who knows what's really out there? We could be one great big mirror. We could be looking at a distorted version of ourselves." "I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. I have access to every form of magic in the Abarat, and I have moved on to search other worlds for new sources of power." "Are you still keeping all that a secret, grandmother? Because it really isn't much of one, is it? Not any longer. I followed you as far as the Starish Door, the one that leads to the Zale Maziri, years ago." "No," the Empress replied coldly. "You couldn't have." "Oh, don't fret yourself. I got no further than the door. How could I? All those choices, doors with doors, and within every door a destination. Of course, I had no idea which one you'd taken, and of course I was deathly afraid of choosing the wrong one. Who knows where I would have been delivered? I was afraid I'd never find my way back. So I left and went back to my work and never—" "Hush!" she said sharply. "What?" "We have visitors." The monotone in which she spoke was a voice Carrion had learned to despise. No, to dread. It was worse than anger, that voice. Anger had a beginning and an end. Even if it went on for weeks, it would run out of fuel eventually. But the nullity from which this voice arose was his grandmother's permanent state of being. It was her speaking from the grave into which she had been born, as she was fond of saying. The hole of dirt, worms, and despair, which was the lot of all living things. This was the harsh, unforgiving law that Carrion had been raised on, and every time he saw that look on his grandmother's face and heard the almost metallic harshness in her voice, the brutal lessons of his childhood came back to him as though her needle had only pierced his lips yesterday. "Well," she said. "Well, what? Are you going or not?" Christopher had drifted further into memory than he'd realized. He'd missed a piece of the conversation, it appeared. He knew from childhood it wasn't wise to lie. "I was distracted. Memories. Nothing important. You have all my attention now." "Good. Because we have a problem and you'll have to fix it. I need to stay here in case they make a move." "What's the problem?" "Don't you feel it?" "No." "Look." She pointed to the ground and threw down one of the wieldings he especially loathed. This was one of the Nefari's specialties, Carrion suspected, a violation of spatial geometry and physics alike. Though he had not moved a step, he now felt the ground shift beneath him. When his eyes dropped to the bare marble, he was no longer standing on solid ground. But everything had shifted. The place where Carrion was standing now dropped away steeply, as it did on the opposite side, where his grandmother was standing on a steep slope, staring down into the depths of the ship. The floors and walls between the battle floor and the hold had been erased, essentially, by the power of the Nefari's magic. There was chaos down there. Pigs were running around, squealing wildly, and in the midst of the pigs were two stitchlings. One of them was grievously wounded, a machete buried in its face. Mud continued to leap out of the wound, its matter creating a gathering on the chest of the second stitchling, who lay sprawled on the ground. The Empress took a steep step down the chaotic wall of the pit. "You!" she said. It was neither Shavios or Lummock who replied to her. It was the third entity down there, the one squatting on Shavios's chest, that looked up and spoke. Its face was still a work in progress, invisible fingers pushing the mud of its features around two holes for eyes, a slash of a mouth. But for all its crudity, it knew how to make words. "What do you want?" it said, its voice a raw rasp. "I want some respect from you to start with. Do you know who you are addressing?" "What makes you think I'd care?" the mud replied. "Carrion," the hag said, "go down and fetch me that skinless piece of filth. Carrion!" Only now did she look up at the place where she'd last seen her son. He was no longer standing there. "Carrion? Carrion! Carrion!" Chapter 65. Lullaby. Candy didn't see Zephario ahead of her at any time during her pursuit, but her instincts told her she was on the right track. They also told her that she needed to pick up her pace, otherwise she was going to lose him, even though he was the blind one and she the sighted. Luckily, the old man had left a trail of air tinged with magic, drifts of color like chalk dust the color of his robes falling away through the murky air. They weren't, she thought, accidental. They only appeared at places where she might very well have made a wrong decision, turned right instead of left, or chosen the wrong one of several doors. But even with the assistance he was giving to her, the space between them was getting bigger, and she certainly would have lost him eventually if help hadn't come to her from a most unexpected source. Mater Motley. It was the hag herself whom Candy heard call out, "Carrion! Carrion! Carrion!" Candy halted for a moment and waited for the voice of the hag to echo off the walls all around her. When they finally died away, she heard the sounds of footsteps. It was Zephario she thought she heard, his running slowed by fatigue, but still moving fast. He was nearby, too, just above her. She risked everything and called to him. "Wait for me, Zephario," she said. "I'm coming. Just let me catch up with you." She had found the flight of stairs he had climbed. The pastel dust that he'd left behind him was still in the air, fading as it fell, and she went after him, climbing the stairs 2 or 3 at a time. Halfway up, she met a cloud of spice and honey smoke rolling down the stairs to meet her as she ascended. By now, she reasoned, the hag was fully alerted to Candy's presence. Stitchling troops were being sent to arrest her, and given her ignorance of the vessel's layout and the Stitchlings' familiarity with it, she had little hope of evading them. She was almost at the top of the stairs. The atmosphere up here was very different from the atmosphere below. The lights in the hold had been the Comexo Company's version of utilitarian supermarket lighting. It simply made things blandly visible. But the light that was illuminating the air at the top of the stairs was something else entirely. A blue-gold haze that dropped in lazy loops from a kind of ziggurat of candles in the center of a room so large that even thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of candles burning could not illuminate the walls of the room. It was some sort of altar. A place of worship for something Candy had no knowledge of. It was really only then that Candy understood how truly vast the craft that they had entered actually was, and the inconceivably immense orders of power that were being generated to keep it in the air. "Zephario," she said, her voice apparently never reaching the walls of the space because no echo came back to her. "Zephario, where are you?" "I'm here," he said, and her eyes, following the sound of his voice, found him standing no more than 30 yards from her, standing so still in the flickering light of the temple that her gaze had slid past him several times without noticing him. "But you don't need to stay with me any longer, Candy. You got me here. You did what you said you'd do." "I said I'd get you to him," she said. "To who?" Christopher Carrion asked. For the second time she followed the sound of a Carrion's voice in this place, and for a second time found the one she was searching for just a short distance away. Candy couldn't help but notice his startling transformation. He looked nothing like the festering alley urchin she'd encountered in Tasmagore. "You shouldn't be here, Candy. This is a sacred place. At least the hag thinks so." "Sacred to whom?" Zephario asked him. "The ones who give her the power she's got, who helped her build this Stormwalker," Carrion replied. "Those who walk behind the stars." "The Nephori," Zephario said very softly. "Yes," Carrion said, his voice carrying a fresh measure of respect for this knowledgeable stranger. "Do you also have dealings with them?" Zephario didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, "She deals with the Nephori?" "Yes. What does it matter to you?" "You have to stop her. The Nephori? They're at the heart of this?" "What?" Carrion said, faintly irritated now. "What are you talking about?" He didn't give Zephario time to fail to reply. He looked directly at Candy. "Do you know what he's talking about?" "No, not really." "But you brought him here." "Yes." "Why?" "Because he had to see you." "All right. Again, why?" "He's your father, Christopher." There was a long, brutal silence when everything that eyes could express flickered in Carrion's gaze. "That's not possible," he said. "My father is not..." The words slowed as they emerged. Not a blind, broken old man dressed in filthy rags," he sighed. "I would have preferred to have come before you in a more noble state, I will admit. But we take what we are given when it comes to the clothes on our backs. And I trusted you had enough of your mother's heart in you to look past the rags to the spirit." He lifted his hand as though to touch his son's face, even though they were 10 strides or more apart. Despite that distance, Carrion flinched behind the wall of glass and the circling nightmares as though he'd felt the touch. Zephario sensed his response. "You're angry," he said. "No," Carrion replied. "Just doubtful." "I wouldn't have brought him here if I wasn't certain," Candy said. Christopher turned his baleful gaze on Candy. "Speaking of bringing him here, how did you do that? My grandmother thinks she saw you die on Gilligally, and I saw the place where you were standing erupt moments later, so why aren't you dead?" Though Carrion asked the question of Candy, it was Zephario who replied. "We left the mountain before the death sentence could be delivered. You don't need to know how. But you can be certain the power she used to carry us away wasn't got from a bargain made with destroyers of worlds like the Nephori. How do you know what they've done, old man? You still don't believe me, do you? That you're my father? No, I'd know you, even after all these years. Why? You never saw me. We three survived the fire, but you were so small and so traumatized by being in the middle of all that death, hearing them all." The strength in his voice began to falter. He drew several quick, shallow breaths, but they failed to carry him through the terrible truths that awaited utterance. "Your brothers and sisters, your own mother, burning alive." His voice was shaking, but so was his entire body. Candy wanted to somehow help him tell his terrible story, but how could she? There was nothing in this vast burden that she could carry for him. It belonged solely to this tragic father who could only pass it on in his own anguished fashion to his already wounded son. "I sometimes wondered when I looked at you, how or why you even held on to life. Why?" "Wait," Carrion said. "Now I know you're lying. You said I never saw you just a moment ago. Now you say you looked at me." "Oh, I looked at you, child," Zephario said. "Many times, but only when you slept. I wanted to get my fill of you, as any father would." "The fire didn't blind you?" "No, I blinded myself," he said. "She made me crazy, your grandmother, and I poured poison in my eyes to kill my sight." "Why did she make you crazy?" "Because she found me one night in your nursery, holding you, sleeping in my arms, singing to you." "Nobody ever sang to me." "The lullaby of Luzar Muru. You don't remember it?" He began in that shaking voice to sing. "Kupani, pani, kupani, pani, Luzar Muru. Kopayai juvasai athaman Yezu. Kupani pani, kupani pani, Luzar fachim mendona quasi, we mendi bazu." Candy had no idea what the words meant, but she had no doubt that she was indeed listening to a lullaby. The simple melody, even sung by a voice so close to breaking, was still calming. She allowed her eyes to stray very cautiously toward Christopher. The look of triumph on his face, having caught Zephario out in a lie, had vanished. So had the doubt. Very softly, he said what might have been the two most important words Candy had heard him say, perhaps that he had ever said. "I remember." Something essential had changed in him, Candy saw, the greatest evidence of which was the behavior of his nightmares, which no longer circled his head, but lay acquiescent at the bottom of his collar, not dead, but simply robbed of any belligerent purpose. "Why didn't you show yourself to me, Father?" he said. "Why only hold me when I slept?" "I wasn't a pretty sight, believe me. The doctors told me if you even saw me so badly burned, it might be too much for you. That you'd just give up on life. So I only held you when you slept. But that stopped after she caught me. No more singing Luzar Muru to my baby. I should have left that night, because in my heart I knew she would win the battle for your soul. She wanted a true servant of her will, whose mind she knew as well as she knew her own, because she'd shaped it. And she couldn't afford to have anyone else taint her perfect apprentice, so she had to rid herself of me. But you knew. Of course I knew. Still, you didn't leave. You were all I had. All that was left from a tragedy I thought I'd caused. It never occurred to me that my own mother would kill her own grandchildren. No, I thought it was me, all me. And the only sacred, beautiful thing that had been saved from what I'd done was you. So how could I abandon you? How could I give up my times holding you while you slept? I couldn't. So even though I knew she would try to take my life sooner or later so that she could own you completely, I stayed close. And I was always ready for the moment when her assassin came. I knew how to defend myself against any blade she might hire to dispatch me. What I didn't consider was there might be no blade. That she would be poisoning me slowly, sowing seeds of madness in my head, so that the assassin who almost took my life was myself. He stopped. His voice had become so thin, so insubstantial, that it was barely louder than the sound of the candle flames gathering. "You know the rest," he said. "How did you live?" I somehow found my way back to myself when I began to read the cards. Piece by piece, I put my memories back together, though I'd forgotten almost everything. Even me. Zephario finally began to walk toward his son, and this time Carrion didn't flinch. He simply stood there, waiting for his father to approach. Candy searched Carrion's features, looking for some sign of what he was feeling, but he was either letting nothing show or was not certain what he felt. Either way, his face was blank, his eyes as empty as those of his father's. Candy had learned to become aware of how the feeling in the air changed when magic was at work, and it was at work now. Its source was Zephario. He was wielding the same power that he had wielded in those terrible moments on Mount Caliguli, when he had done something that had plucked them from certain death. But what was he using it for now? What purpose was the magic serving? She got her answer as Zephario came within reach of his son and, lifting his right hand, touched the collar. His fingers didn't pause upon contact with the glass. They passed through it, their motion not slowing even an instant as they slid through the divide and into the mysterious fluid that Carrion and his nightmares lived upon and within. The nightmares raised their heads a little at the intrusion of the fingers, but quickly seemed to decide that, since their master saw no harm in them, then why should they, and lay their heads down again. Zephario's fingers reached out and touched his son's cheek. It seemed to Candy that in that moment, in that touch, all the suffering Zephario had spoken of, all the waste, all the anguish, all the death, poured out of the father and into the son. Memories Carrion had kept hidden all these years, even from himself, finally surfaced, and he remembered what it had felt like to be in the heart of the fire. Features, which had moments before betrayed nothing, suddenly wore every agony carved on a living face. His mouth was drawn down, his brow became a mass of anguished forms, the traces of veins across his temples began to swell and throb, while the muscles of his jaws clenched. "Oh, Father," Carrion said, "this hurts." "I will let you be," Zephario said. He broke his contact and withdrew his hand from the collar, leaving the place where he had entered and exited unmarked. "It all makes sense now," Zephario said. "I never understood why the cards wanted to look for a child I knew would never care for me. And now I see why. The idea of seeing him again strengthened my heart, but it wasn't the real reason I took this last journey. It was so that the blind man might see a terrible hidden thing. "The Nefari," Carrion murmured. "You knew all along that she worked with them?" He looked up at his father out of the maze of pain he had discovered, and Candy knew that the Christopher Carrion who was watching the world now would never have been able to make sense of his father's fears until he had been made to remember the fire. Now he was reconnected to the horror of the burning of the Carrion mansion in all its terrible particulars. It wasn't some ancient tale of a cruel thing done in a cruel time. It was living memory of the dying. The stench of burning hair and flesh and bone. The sound of screaming silenced as those who were crying out inhaled fire. It was a crime committed by the woman who taught him not to feel, that could never be forgotten or forgiven. But what he knew, she knew. It had always been like that between them. "I'm sorry, Father," Christopher said. "There's nothing to apologize for, son. You don't understand. I just didn't want the hag to feel it. But your pain, my pain, was too strong. I let it slip away. She felt them." "What does that mean?" Candy asked. "She knows he's here now," Christopher said. "She knows I've seen my father's face, and she is very unhappy." Chapter 66. Love Too Late. There had been no dissenting voice from anywhere throughout the glyph. The plan was simple: tell the ship where it was to go, and return with all possible speed to Scoriae. "How?" said John Mischief. "Good one," said John Slop. "How?" "Easy," said Gaz. "We think." "We just have to think to make it obey?" Malingo said. "I hope." Suddenly the glyph responded to its creator's instructions without a moment's hesitation. It sped even deeper into the void, and then, when perhaps it sensed that it was so far from Scoriae that it was no longer visible, even to the keenest eye, it swung around. "See?" Gaza said. "Here we go. I just hope wherever Candy is—" "Do you think she knows we're coming?" Malingo said. "Yes," Gaza said. "She knows." Events of great significance were happening out there, Candy knew. But what? She had to see. "Window, window, window," Candy said. "Carrion, I need to get to a window." It took a moment for the request to pierce Zeferio's anguish. Again, Candy had to say, "A window." "What about a window?" "I have to find one." Zeferio didn't waste time with more questions. He reached out, open-palmed, and touched the wall. "I'll wait with Christopher until she comes. You go, Candy. There's nothing more you can do. Go on. I'm ready for her. It's going to be quite a reunion." Even so, Candy paused. She wanted to be there when the hag finally came face to face with the two men she had almost destroyed, but who had each survived against all expectation. Candy, however, wasn't here to watch. She was here to do some good. "Go," Zeferio said. "I'll find you again, somewhere. If not in this life, then in another." She didn't like leaving him, but she knew she had to. She'd done what she could. Now there was other work to do. Exactly what that work was she didn't know, but her instincts told her it would all become clearer if she could just look out at the island. Perhaps they weren't even over Scoriae any longer, but had drifted off out into the void. She got to the top of the next flight and found herself surrounded by doors, all identical, gray, metallic, unmarked. She had no idea where she was in the vessel. All she had to rely upon was her instinct. It had served her well before, and if she was lucky, it would do so again. She just had to focus. It was no sooner said than done. A door opened in front of her, and she was running down a corridor, calling as she ran. "Come on, windows! Come on! I'm here! Where are you?" The corridor divided. Again she chose. Again she ran. "Windows! Come on! Where are you?" There were noises coming from all around her. Through the walls, up from the metal gratings under her feet, and down from the tiled ceiling. Shouts, roars, squeals, screams. And thundering behind it all, the roar of the engines that fired up the storm on the legs of which the stormwalker trod. She could run forever in this place, she knew, and never find— Wait! A window! She sensed its presence like an open eye in the sealed, brutal prism of this monstrous place. There was a door to her left. She opened it, moved through a passage to a second door, which again she opened. It brought her into a large chamber filled with what looked like suits of armor made for giants. She threaded her way between them and came finally to the window. She was looking out into the void. Directly below her she could see the very edge of the Abarat, the limits of reality. Beyond that there was only oblivion, a gray place that had neither depth nor detail, simply an unending nothingness. "Must be a different window," she murmured to herself. "Can't be this. There's nothing to see." She was about to turn when she realized her error. There was something out there in the nullity. And, oh, Lordy Lou, it was coming at the Stormwalker at such speed and so directly that she had almost missed seeing it. The glyph was coming out of the void, set on a collision course with the Stormwalker. There would be no error in this. Her friends, no doubt assuming she was dead, were coming back to greet their executioners with a death blow of their own. Mater Motley had seen her son through Carrion's eyes and had realized two things in the same moment. The first, that Zephario was now here in the sacred temple of the Nephori, and second, that the madness she had driven him into after the fire, some pitiful shreds of a mother's love, incongruous though it was, had kept her from murdering him, had now been driven out of him. She knew without a moment's thought whose handiwork this was. The witch from the hereafter had touched him, damn her. It seemed every time Mater Motley encountered that girl, she found another reason to despise her. Well, no matter. It was all easily solved. Finally, she would do what she should have done years ago. Kill him. Nothing vicious. Just a quick execution to get him out of the way. The neatness of the solution pleased her. She was at the door, already thinking about how she was going to slaughter him, when she heard one of the Stitchling commanders say, "Empress!" "Not now." "Empress!" "I said not now." Her voice was almost bestial this time. She turned to reinforce her point, but her gaze never reached the commander. Instead it went to the window, or rather the formless oblivion beyond the window, and to the shape of a vast blade being flung out of that oblivion. At that moment, staring at the glyph as it hurtled toward her vessel, Mater Motley was given a helping of a kind of gruel she had not tasted since her childhood. Helplessness. "I hate you," she said, "you and all the worlds." But her hatred wasn't enough to stop the glyph. "They mean to strike us," she said, her voice dead. "Then it will break apart," one of the commanders said. "You can't break something that isn't solid, you imbecile. It's made of magic and hope. Damn her! Damn her!" "Malingo? Gaza? I love you. Don't do this. Can you hear me? It's Candy. Please say you can hear me. Stop right now or you'll kill yourselves." "She said she loved me." "Who did?" "Who'd you think, Geshrat? Her, Candy. I heard her say she loved me." "I'm in the Stormwalker." "She said she was in the Stormwalker. Yes, I heard her this time," Malingo said. "She's alive," Gaza said. "She's in the Stormwalker and she's alive." "But that's terrible. She'll be killed." "No, not my Candy," Gaza said with unshakable confidence in the wisdom of his beloved. "She's clever, She'll think of something. In the temple of the Nephori, where Candy had left the father and the son, the great roar of the Stormwalker's engine ceased the moment the vessel touched the void. The temple was the wellspring for every bit of magic that kept the Stormwalker aloft, and for a few seconds the conditions of space itself, cold, silent, dead, took possession of the temple. Denied the air to feed their bright flames, the candles were instantly extinguished, every last light pinched out at the same instant. Though both the silence and the darkness were utter, the two carrions knew that something had entered the temple, something that even they, who lived lives steeped in nightmares, had no desire to see or hear. One of the Nephori had crossed from its hiding place behind the stars and was here, in this place. A primal terror clutched at father and son. Instantly the sound of the engines came roaring back. But in the few seconds of its absence, its volume had risen by orders of magnitude. It wasn't the sound of the vessel's engines themselves that were so loud. It was the sound of the vessel itself. The Stormwalker was reverberating. "The ship's shaking, Gaza," Malingo said. "I don't feel anything," said Gaza. "Not the glyph, the Stormwalker. Look at it, it's rocking around. What's she making it do?" "Lordy Lou," Gaza said. "I think we're causing it. We're pushing a piece of the void in front of us." "How can an empty place have pieces?" "Maybe it's not empty at all. Like space isn't really space. It's full of stuff. Gas, dust, bits of—" "Wait," Malingo said. "Did you feel that? Now we're shaking." "I think it's trash from the void," Gaza said. "It's breaking up against the walker and it's flying right back at us." There was evidence that his theory was right. All but invisible energies were seething in the air ahead of the glyph. The garbage of oblivion swept ahead of the glyph's broom, breaking like a wave against the Stormwalker, then thrown back at the glyph again. "What happens now?" Malingo said. "Your guess is as good as mine," Gaza replied. "There's no turning back, that I do know. In 10 seconds we're going to hit, and then—" "We're all going to die," Candy said, her tone quite matter-of-fact. She hadn't moved from the window. Where was there left to go? She was looking over the edge of the world, with oblivion ahead of her, and with nothing behind except a world of melting stone. She was better off where she was, staring at the glyph that she'd helped bring into being. It was a freedom machine. It would strike the hag's Stormwalker so hard it would fling the death machine back the way it had come. In the temple of the Nephori, in the company of the unseen other, Zeferio Carrion held his son in his arms, quietly singing to him the lullaby of Luzar Muru. "Kupani pani, Kupani pani, Luzar Muru, Kopayai Juvasai Athaman Yezu, Kupani pani, Kupani pani, Luzar." And then the two vessels struck. Chapter 67. Yat Yat Ya. Gaza's theory that the detritus of the void, the trash of oblivion, had somehow gathered up in front of the glyph as it speeded back toward Scoriae, was confirmed when the glyph hit the Stormwalker, pressing it closer to the gaping emptiness. The Empress's vessel began to shudder, the motion minor at first, but rapidly escalating, intensifying the assault of the detritus upon the Stormwalker. The ship's dark armor cracked in places, and jagged pieces were torn away, their tumbling departure over the surface of the machine stripping away further pieces. "Candy? Where are you?" "Candy!" Gaza cried. Gaza called out to her over and over, but now there was no answer. All he could do was watch the terrible spectacle of the machine in which she was trapped coming apart. It wouldn't be destroyed quickly, he knew. The death machine had been built, after all, to be a womb of storms, not only to contain such birthing, but to channel their forces and to walk upon them. It would not succumb easily. Even so, she was inside. and she wasn't answering him even though he kept on calling, "Candy? Candy? Candy?" Standing at the window still, watching the collision, the Empress delayed going down to meet with the visitor she knew had entered the temple. The Nephori were quickly offended. Even now she should have been hurrying down to find out what this one wanted. But there was another piece of business more pressing still. Candy Quackenbush. The girl from Chickentown had been nothing at the beginning. Just a stupid adolescent who'd fallen off her world into the Isabella and been washed up on the shores of the Abarat. Insignificant, she'd thought. A nobody who would somehow find her way to the hereafter again, or would perish quickly in a world that she didn't understand. But she'd been mistaken. The girl was an enigma sealed up inside a conundrum with a tribe of puzzlements, nonsense, and contradictions, and she had an uncanny knack for self-preservation, even when circumstances were not promising. Even when Otto Houlihan, the crisscross man, one of the most successful assassins in the Abarat, had slipped and fallen before her. There was no time for any more fumbled attempts. The girl simply had to die, now, in the chaos and confusion of this battle. Nobody would ever know how she had died or why, and as to who should do the job, she had no doubt about that. She would. Though she was an empress now and should have been above such squalid labor, she was the only person she trusted to do the job. The glyph, the state of her stormwalker, even her guest in the temple, none of it mattered right now. All that mattered was to kill Candy Quackenbush. The girl was an abomination, a freak, and she would be dead within the hour. Only then, when she was looking down at the girl's dead face, tasting her eyes and heart and liver, could she be certain that the first empire of midnight could begin. The room where Candy had been standing, for reasons known only to those who had constructed the Stormwalker, was coming apart from both above and below, the metal panels of which the walls were constructed, buckling as though they were little more than pieces of tinfoil. Cracks spread across the window from left and right. Candy backed away from it, fearing it would shatter, and stumbled across the floor, which was collapsing in sections even as she crossed it, to the door. The door frame had cracked, however, and the door had been wedged closed. She wasted perhaps 10 seconds trying to force it open before deciding that physical force wasn't going to work. She was going to have to use the magical kind. Many years before, her curious mind had plucked out of Boa's private grimoire, for no other reason than it was easy to remember, a wielding called the Kri-Naz-At. The spell was 9 syllables, 3 of which were contained within its name. Focusing her gaze upon the much-beaten door, she recited them now. Kri-Naz-At, Bai-Tu-Hu, Yat-Yat-Ya. The syllables formed the image of a mallet in her head, 4 syllables for its head, the other 5 forming its handle, which she held tight in her mind's eye, her fingers wrapped around Tu-Hu-Yat-Yat-Ya. The words slammed into the door, and a ragged crater 4 feet wide appeared in the metal. A shock of pain, all the sharper because it was completely unexpected, ran up through Candy's hands and arms. This was something new completely. She was making a weapon with a spell and literally wielding it. Now, at least, she understood what she was doing. She gripped Yat-Yat-Ya even harder and swung it with much greater force. This time, however, she was no innocent. She was entirely in the weapon, her thoughts, her news, her sinew, blood, and bones. She was the bridge between the syllables and the force that it wielded. She was what turned words into action, into a force that would not be denied. She slammed the syllables against the door. Kri-Naz-At, Bai-Tu-Hu-Yat-Yat-Ya! And it flew apart. Mater Motley heard the noise of the door breaking apart, but it would have meant nothing to her in the cacophony if it hadn't been attached to a surge of power from the level below. A magical signature that she instantly recognized. The girl was right there, just a few walls away. She called out to her. If she knew that Quackenbush was close by, then surely the girl knew of her presence as well. "I'm coming for you," the old mother said. In the temple of the Nephori, Christopher Carrion, ravaged by fear, whispered a flame into being. It was little more than a flicker, but it was enough to offer him a view of the ziggurat of extinguished candles. "What are you doing?" Cefario murmured, his whispered voice carrying despite the cacophony. "I have to find the door." "You don't want to see the Nephori. Trust me." It was too late. The flame was already multiplying, leaping from wick to wick as it ascended the ziggurat, swelling to fill the temple with yellow-gold light. From the corner of his eye, far off across the vastness of the temple, Christopher saw something no larger than a door that was open just a crack onto a dark place. Then something that lived in that dark place threw the door open and flowed through it, instantly swelling to become a vast incoherence which possessed no sign of an anatomy whatsoever. Gazing upon the Nephori would certainly have been the death of him, but for the fact that at that very moment the blind man chose to act. He reached into his jacket, and seeing the iridescence that Cefario pulled out of it, the Nephori unleashed a razor-wire shriek that made blood pour from the blind man's ears, nose, and mouth. It wanted what it saw in Cefario's hand, a last fragment of the Abarat. And being the creature it was, it knew only one certain way to secure what it wanted. It would kill. Sightless though he was, Cefario saw death. Out of the Nephori's meaningless form came a horizontal flight of steel needles. The spears came within a hand's length of Cefario's skull, then they were casually deflected, blazing briefly in complaint, then flying out in all directions, dying as they fell. Even so, the Nephori hadn't given up on the thought of capturing the errant shred of the Abarat. It unleashed another torrential shriek, which were orders of magnitude more distressing than the first. Cefario reeled away from its source, though he knew he had no hope of outrunning it, nor indeed had any desire left in him to avoid his execution. He had done all he could, made his farewells. He was ready for his trial by breath to be over, and in some place far from time and corporeality, have bright death finally begin. With his back turned to his slaughterer, he didn't see the second descent of needle spears, and their piercing, when it came, was not as painful as the shriek of their maker had been. But the shriek was not silenced. It went on, his face streaming with fresh flows of blood from his eyes, like tears shed for the fact that he was not yet free. In his dying throes, he did the only thing he thought would make a difference. He sent the last fragments of his power to the girl, Candy Quackenbush. "You've got nowhere left to go," Mater Motley said. Candy glanced back over her shoulder. The Empress of the Abarat was standing behind her, 10 yards down the passageway. Everything was vibrating, much of it violently. The walls, the ceiling, the rivets in both. Only the hag was still, uncannily still, in fact, in perfect focus in a shaking world. Every detail of her dress was fixed, every doll hanging in there, each one of them a soul she had stolen, a prisoner. Their suffering, her constant pleasure. "Yes," is the answer, Mater Motley told her. "I didn't ask a question," Candy said. "You were wondering whether I'm going to lock up your soul in one of my little dolls." She smiled, showing her small gray teeth and mottled gums. "The answer is yes." Chapter 68. Deliverance. "Gaza?" said Malingo, sounding slightly concerned. "Yes, I know. The Stormwalker's pushing back." At that moment, the Stormwalker responded to the immense pressure it was under. Its violently vibrating form shifted a little to the left and then turned at great speed. It shifted 90 degrees, its starboard flank suddenly facing the void cloud. Presented with a larger target, the void's detritus threw itself forward with fresh insolence. The trash struck the Stormwalker, pushing it farther back. "Oh, Lordy Lou, the Stormwalker's moving again." This time there was no doubt that it was the pressure of the void cloud, not the Stormwalker's engines, that was moving it. The death ship moved suddenly and swiftly, turning a full 180 degrees as it flew, its massive engines laboring to regain some control, but without hope. The vast ship had too much momentum to be slowed. The only thing that would stop it was the only thing that stood in its path, Mount Gilligally. "The volcano!" Gaza yelled. "It's going to hit the volcano!" He was up now, trying to find his way out of the maze of the glyph. "We need to dissolve this thing, now!" Once again, everyone was in accord. Barely taking his eyes off the vessel, Gaza stumbled out of the glyph. The vessel had behaved impeccably, carried its creators from their place of execution and into oblivion itself, only to return them to reality without losing a single passenger. But now the short epoch of its life was over. Its energies were dissolving into the sulfur-stained air of Scoriae. There were many among the disbanding 7,000 who took a moment to offer a prayer of thanks to the glyph in its dissolution. But neither Gaza nor Malingo were among them. They, like Eddie, the John brothers, and Betty Thunder, had their eyes fixed on Gilligally, which the Stormwalker was seconds from striking. Mater Motley had been in the act of reaching to tear a hole in Candy's body when the vessel lurched, but she still put self-preservation above her desire to kill, and instead caught hold of a doorframe to keep herself from being thrown to the floor. Candy, however, lost her balance and fell, awkwardly and painfully, slamming her head against the wall on her way down. She tried to get up again, but the tumultuous motion of the vessel hadn't ceased. The passageway was no longer solid. It shook so violently, Candy's eyes couldn't fix upon anything long enough to focus. Candy hadn't realized how hard she'd hit her head until she tried to get up again. Her brain seemed too small for her skull, and her legs shook. When she reached out to touch the wall, she found her fingers were completely numb. "Not good," she muttered. She wasn't the only one who'd lost control. So had the Stormwalker. It wasn't just shaking and reeling, it was moving. And moving fast. She could feel its helpless speed, the way she'd felt in the car when her dad was drunk and driving like a madman, and all she wanted to do was close her eyes. It was that terrible memory of her father that made her defy her numb, weak body and get up. She was just in time. As Candy rose, Mater Motley reached for her a second time. "No, Dad!" The words came out so suddenly and so loud that the hag paused for the briefest moment. That was time enough. Zafario's magic, finally reaching its destination, came up through the floor off to Candy's right, and her first absurd thought was that somehow a bright bird had been trapped in the death ship. The idea lasted a moment only. Then the colors melted into a single exquisite iridescence, and she felt lightness, in both senses of the word, of luminescence and of weight. Candy saw Mater Motley's iron hand reach into her body, but the vision was short-lived. Her gaze quickly went where her body had already gone, leaving the hag to grasp vainly at the space where Candy's body had been only moments before. Candy had only time enough left to see Motley's rage. Her gray-white face suffused, getting paler still, while the black of her pupils spread to extinguish every last gleam of whiteness in her eyes. She'd lost again. Candy was gone. Small though the fragment of the Abarat was, it was big enough to reverse the route that had carried her aboard the vessel in the first place, melting all that lay in the way of her escape, ceilings and floors, creatures and cargo, all parting like smoke when Candy approached. The Abarat pulled her out of the vessel, and for 10, 11, 12 seconds, Candy was held in the air, suspended only a few feet clear of the Stormwalker's speeding underbelly as it continued to hurtle toward destruction. The ground was a jagged grid of lightning discharged by the Stormwalker in a desperate attempt to slow the vessel down. If she landed in its midst, it would have been the death of her. So the Abarat kept her in the air until the vessel had passed overhead completely. Only then did it guide her down to the ground. And now, As she looked back across the Scoriae to the island's northern shore, her sight sharpened by the power blazing in her cells, she saw a reason to smile. There was a large crowd of people, she knew it to be around 7,000, all running in her direction from the edge of the world. Beyond them, the last remnants of the glyph were losing every last glimmer of solidity as its final passengers disembarked. It had done its work, and now dissipated back to the ether from whence it had been born. The moment of calm was indeed brief, interrupted almost instantaneously by a din of destruction that shook the ground on which Candy was standing. She turned so quickly she had time to see the Stormwalker plow nose first into the crater where the peak of Mount Caliguli had once been. Now a ragged wound spitting fire and stone hundreds of feet into the air. There the vessel came to rest. In a happier world, all would have been put right. The evildoers delivered into an all-consuming fire, and those who had been saved from execution freed to return to their homes, lives, and loved ones unharmed. But this was not that happier world. Chapter 69. For every knife, 5 hearts. Inside the Stormwalker, Zephario lay in the darkness and listened without fear to the steady slowing of his pulse. He was dying. Very soon his laboring heart would start to miss beats entirely until finally it ceased. There would be light then, and in that light he would see his family again, whose innocent souls had preceded him by many years into paradise. He had always imagined that place to be a garden where no flower ever withered, nor was any fruit corrupted by an invading worm. There his beloveds lived in bliss, beyond the reach of any hurt or harm, and he would be there with them soon, very soon. But even as he lay in the darkness and the time of his deliverance from life drew closer, so too did the Nephori, and it was not about to let him slip away into that peaceful place where his children played, at least not without one final violation. It prodded him with pushing until he rolled over onto his belly. He moaned. The slivers pressed against his back, but this time their intention was not to move him, but to weave their substance into his cells, to press their presence into him in 4 or 5 places. He could not resist them. There was no strength left in him. What did this last cruelty matter, anyway? It would only quicken the approach of death to have his body invaded with such alien matter. Or so he imagined. But no. The deeper the Nephori's matter invaded his flesh, the more strongly his heart beat. And further from him, the bright, beautiful image of the garden receded. "No," he murmured. "Let me go to them. Please, I have no wish to live." "What you wish is of no importance to us," the Nephori replied. "We have need of you alive, so you will live." There was pressure exerted on him now, raising him up, his body's weight causing him to sink back upon the spines until they transfixed him completely and emerged from his chest and abdomen. He was helpless, more puppet than self-willed being. Thus, carrying him before it, the Nephori departed the temple in search of worshippers, leaving Christopher Carrion in darkness. Mater Motley could taste her own blood. She had caught her tongue between her teeth when the Stormwalker struck the volcano. But apart from that minor harm, she was unhurt. She got to her feet. The vessel was apparently lying on its side because the closest she could find to a horizontal surface was what had been one of the walls of the passageway a few seconds before. She walked to the nearest door, sick with rage that the girl had once again slipped away. No matter. They were at the edge of the world. There was nowhere now for the little witch to go. The nearest door she found was above her. It was heavy, but it took only a flick of her will to tear it off its hinges. Then she spoke, "Yet ha si ha," and ascended the smoke steps that formed in the air before her. What lay on the other side of the door was a spectacle of destruction so widespread that she might have taken pleasure in it had it not been her own stormwalker that had been so demolished. She didn't linger, however. There were noises that might have been death moans of wounded giants coming from all directions, the last complaints of the vast machine as it sank into the melting pot of Mount Galigali's crater. There would be other death machines in time, she knew. The Stormwalker had been but a hint of the glorious engines of destruction the Nefori were capable of conceiving. She had seen some of them with her own eyes when she'd first ventured beyond the starish door to find them, risking soul and sanity in doing so. But thinking of them now, of their power, and how many of their secrets they had shared with her, gave her weary limbs fresh strength. She climbed on, turning her back on the source of heat, and watching for a glimpse of the sky to appear through the smoke. There was cooler air coming from somewhere nearby. She followed it, her trek finally bringing her out of the carcass of the broken vessel and out onto the steep flank of Galigali. She discovered that she was not alone. Dozens of Stitchlings had escaped the conflagration and were standing under the night sky, a sizable number of them on fire, apparently indifferent to the flames. They certainly felt no pain. None of them even moaned. She began to roughly assess their numbers, but it was a lost cause. They continued to emerge from every part of the wreckage, their will to live, even in the face of traumatic maimings, unquenchable. Many had horrendous wounds. Some even crawled out of the Stormwalker without legs to bear them up. But though these gashes gave the Toto mud the opportunity to escape its confinement in these crudely sewn bodies, it seemed to be loyal to the form it had taken, to the individual each had become. They clearly knew that they had their empress in their midst, for when she emerged from the wreckage, they were waiting for her, standing around the lava pit, indifferent to the blistering heat. When she rose with the air above the wreckage, they let out a moan she had not known they were capable of making, a low note of celebration as though to lift her to divinity. "You good, loyal soldiers," she said. "You will have countless proofs of my love in return for this moment. I will lift you higher than any creature that calls itself alive, for you, though made of mud, are worthier." The Stitchling's great moan rose up again. "Now listen all. This night is not yet lost. Look at them, down there. They are trapped. Oblivion is at their backs, Galigali's fires at their front, and us in between." She laughed. "Now, we are no longer 8,000 strong, so you will have to take 4, maybe 5 hearts instead of just 1. So, 5 hearts it shall be. March, my soldiers, march!" A voice far quieter, yet infinitely more disquieting than Mater Motley's, spilled forth from within the wrecked vessel. It said only one word: "Wait!" Although Candy was at the very bottom of the slope of Galigali, she could, thanks to Zephario's magic, plainly see and hear the events taking place at the volcano's turbulent crest. The Nefori was emerging from a tear in the side of the Stormwalker. It looked like a fluid stain spilling forth through the gaping hole. As it moved, the air it trod upon trembled. As it spread, it parted like 2 enormous pieces of torn smoke. And to her horror, Candy saw that the entity was carrying before it a living trophy, Zephario Carrion. He was wounded. Blood soaked the front of his robes. And yet as the Nefori moved, Zephario continued to show faint signs of life. Despite all that his body had plainly endured, he was still alive. The Nefori emerged from the wreckage entirely, and Mater Motley bowed her head before it. The clotted, textured forms within the being responded by assembling at its core, their heads coming together in the midst of the alien's amorphous stain, so that collectively they resembled a black sun from which hundreds of frayed tentacles seemed to sway in the grip of the Nefori's abstracted energies. Having paid her respects to the creature, Mater Motley turned from her ragged army, its numbers still swelling as more burning stitchlings appeared from the wreckage, and whispered one simple order to them. Candy heard the old hag's imperative all too clearly. "Kill everything!" Chapter 70. Nothing but stones. Candy watched the burning, muddled army shambling down the slopes of Mount Gilligally with their empress wearing her gown of souls leading, and the drifting form of the Nefari both behind them and above, the nearly dead body of Zephario hanging in the shadowy air like a terrible trophy. Unsummoned, fragments of a song she'd heard first in Babylonium came to her head. A meaningless little nonsense which she sang quietly to herself as she watched the army coming. "I got a cold in my nose, but it comes and it goes. I got a cold in my brain which nearly makes me insane. I got a cold in my toe that I can't get to go. I got cold, cold, cold." And while the monsters came, she stood there watching, knowing that she had no hope of stopping them. She looked back at the crowd that had emerged from the glyph and saw that Malingo and Gaza had started to walk toward her. Gaza beckoned to her. She glanced one more time at the approaching enemy. They were still 5 minutes away, perhaps, but no more than that. She turned and started to run toward Malingo and Gaza. Gaza was close enough to call to her now. "Are you all right?" "I don't know," she said. "I don't think so." He opened his arms as he approached her and hugged her tight. She gave as good as she got, which only made him hug her more. Malingo put his own arms around them both, which nobody objected to. "What do we do now?" Malingo said. "We have to defend ourselves," Candy said. "We've no other choice." "I'm all for a good fight," Gaza said, "but we don't have a hope against those things. Look at them. They're burning and they still keep coming. No legs, so they crawl." Candy looked back toward the volcano. The approach of the stitchlings was indeed terrifying. Though a few of the most traumatically wounded creatures had finally perished on the slope, the greater number continued their shambling descent. "The Abarat all used up," Candy said. "There's still some magic in me, but there'll be no more glyphs, I'm afraid." "What about getting off the island by water?" "There's no chance of that," Malingo said. "Isabella just pours away over the edge of the world. If we got into the water, we'd go with it." "There's going to be a lot of killing," Candy said grimly. "We have to make a stand here." "We were all brought here to die anyway," Malingo reminded her. "At least this way we have a chance." There was another eruption from the heart of Gilligally, this one so violent it blew the front half of the Stormwalker apart. It didn't draw Mater Motley's gaze off the condemned, however. She simply kept walking down over the smoking slope. "I wonder what happened to Christopher," Candy wondered aloud. "He's there," Malingo said. "I don't see him." "I did, I swear. He was a little way back from all the rest, but he was there." Candy looked up at the approaching army with fresh interest. "You sure?" she said. "Absolutely." "Huh," Candy said. 3 generations of carrions. She looked at Gaza and Malingo. "I guess we'll go meet them together." Chapter 71. An Execution. Carrion had thrown up a low-resolution distraction shield to keep the stitchlings he was moving among from noticing him, but it scarcely mattered. They had their attentions entirely fixed upon those they were about to execute, so after a while he simply let the wielding lapse, knowing that they neither saw him nor would have cared if they had. It was only when Carrion realized that the girl from Chickentown had started to walk back toward his grandmother's army, the expression on her face completely defying interpretation, that he repowered the shield and once again slipped out of sight. In his invisible state, he had a little time to get his thoughts in some kind of order. He no longer knew where his loyalties lay, or even whether there were any advantages to having loyalties. He had obeyed his grandmother's instructions for many years, doing servile work much of the time, and what had that got him? Death and a bitter resurrection on a stony beach. And love? Ha! Love. That had been even more cruel than loyalty. True, it hadn't killed him. It might have been kinder if it had. Instead, it had left him looking like a fool, having been tricked out of every piece of magic he'd ever learned, and then left without so much as a kiss by way of compensation. He'd grieved. Oh, Lordy-Loo, how he'd grieved. But more, he'd raged, the anger blazing about his heart so that he'd had to stoop to murder in order to extinguish it. But even that hadn't been the end of the anguish. 15 years or so later, the girl from Chickentown had come into his life, their paths crossing by accident, or so he'd thought. She'd been washed into the arms of Mama Isabella, carrying, again by chance, again, so he'd thought, only to find that Candy Quackenbush of Chickentown, Minnesota, carried inside her the soul of the princess whose manipulations and infidelities had left him stripped of power and love. Now Boa's soul no longer occupied the girl, but it seemed not to matter. She still acted as though she could stand up against his grandmother, but she was wrong. This wasn't the same hag of Gorgosium any longer, the vicious old woman she'd faced on the Wormwood. The Empress was a different order of power. Why didn't the girl understand that? Why didn't she see with her own eyes the scale of his grandmother's ally, the Nefori? Didn't she comprehend how incendiary a place this had become? Not because there was a volcano spitting air and earth around them, but because 3 generations of the Carian dynasty were assembled for the first time since the fire that had wiped the future of that dynasty away, and returned all the power to the oldest surviving member of that family, in whose shadow he, the youngest, had been doomed to live. Right now, this was the most volatile place in the Abarat, and however much Candy might have learned about magic from Boa, she was still, at root, an ordinary creature of the hereafter, strong of will, no question, perhaps even extraordinary in some regard. But she was still merely human, the shadowy places at the back of her mind still haunted by the beasts that had stalked the apes from which her kind had risen up. She would never be free of that fear, Carrion thought, and that would always leave her weak when facing midnight. And yet still she stood there, defying his grandmother, defying her own fear. Perhaps, just perhaps, she was something new. The next kind of woman, this girl. Such a pity, if that was so, that she was going to die. The 2 armies met. The Empress looked at Candy without any visible emotion. "What do you want?" she said. "I came because I saw Zephario in pain," Candy said. "He's your son. Doesn't that make you a little merciful?" "No, girl. I cleansed myself of mercy before I went to meet the Nefori. I knew they would smell it upon me." "So you feel nothing for him?" Candy said. She had no conscious notion of why she was even asking questions, but there was a reason. Of that she was dimly certain. This was family business, and like all families, the Carians had their secrets. Whenever the members of her own family had got together, it had always ended with curses and fistfights. Perhaps there was some secret here that might yet change the way this fatal game ended. "Oh, I do feel something for him," Mater Motley admitted. "Something like maternal affection," she went on, "or as close as I could ever get." "Really?" Candy said. Now she was confused. What was the old mother admitting to? "Yes, really," the hag replied. She reached down and caught hold of one of the ragged dolls that hung from the front of her dress. "I want his soul here," she said, "close to my heart." Candy said nothing. The hag hadn't finished, she sensed. So she still had something of significance to say. When she finally spoke, it was only to say 5 words. "He won't be alone there." That was it, Candy knew. That was the heart of it, in those words somewhere. He won't be alone. The hag had such a terrible malice in her face, such a profound perversity, but why? He won't be... Candy looked down at the doll, then back up at the old mother again, hoping to study the woman's face a little while longer, but Mater Motley was already turning away from her so as to focus all her energies upon the broken figure of Zephario. Look at you, so old, so broken. I held you once against my breast. She began to walk back toward him. Die now, she said softly. Give up your soul to me. She very slowly reached up toward him as though she was capable of pulling his soul out of him. By way of response, Zephario let out an anguished sound, something between a howl and a sob, the cry of a man losing his mind. It was more than Candy could bear. She couldn't just stand there and let the hag go on tormenting him. She had to do something. What that something was, she had not the remotest notion. But she had will, and she was free to use it. Whatever choices fate put in her head or heart or hands, she'd use. Anything to stop the suffering. She started to move toward the hag, who was far too busy enjoying the anguish of her own flesh and blood to bother looking back over her shoulder. "Stop that," Motley said to her son. "It won't do any good. I'm your mother, Zephario. I brought you into the world, and now I'm going to remove you from it." Every despicable word of this quickened Candy's step. She would do whatever she could to make the hag regret her cruelty, she swore to herself. But that was more easily said than done, wasn't it? Fate hadn't provided her with any means to bring Mater Motley to her knees. She was up against the Empress of the Abarat with bare hands. But if that was how it had to be, that was how it had to be. Without even thinking about what she was doing, she leaped, the very last traces of the Abarat Araba's magic lending her jump power it would never have had without it. Without looking, the hag turned, striking Candy with the back of her hand. "Creeping up on me, girl!" She struck Candy a second time, and having nothing with which to shield herself from the blows, Candy was knocked to the ground, the breath beaten out of her. "I am so thoroughly sick of you," she said, kicking Candy with unrestrained venom. "I'm going to kick you until your heart stops beating." She proceeded to make good on her promise. "You," she kicked, "stupid," and again, "little," and again, "nobody." "Stop it!" Malingo yelled. Candy saw him from the corner of her eye, stumbling forward to put himself between Candy and the hag's assault. He distracted Mater Motley long enough to give Candy time to draw breath, but his intervention cost him dearly. The Empress cast a glance toward two of the stitchlings nearest to her and snatched the blades they were carrying out of their hands. Candy used the drawn breath to tell him, "Run, Malingo, run!" But even if he had been willing to abandon Candy, which he wasn't, his death sentence had been written. The blades came at him from left and right. Candy heard him cry out just once. Then the blades cut at him with horrible speed, slicing his head from his neck, his hands from his wrists, his arms from his torso. Candy's horror and fury left her speechless, which was no bad thing. Not a scrap of her energies was wasted on words. All of it went straight from her heart to her hands. She reached up and grabbed hold of Mater Motley's crowded skirts, hauling her aching body to its feet. She had killed Malingo. Her beloved Malingo, who had said he would be with Candy forever, midnight or no midnight. But the hag had taken him from her, snatched him away with a casual gesture as though his life was worthless, his love worthless, as though his body was no more than a slab of meat and she, the butcher, casually cutting it up. As she climbed, Candy found Mater Motley's gaze, and for just a fraction of a second she saw the hag recoil. Her high regard for her imperial self shocked when it met such an intensity of hatred as it found pouring from Candy's eyes. It wasn't enough, of course, to prick the hag's vanity. She had killed Malingo. No death was too terrible to revenge such a slaughter. Candy wanted to turn the hag's bones to blazing wood and her blood to gasoline, to watch the old mother consumed by the very element she had used to kill her own flesh and blood all those years before. But she didn't have sufficient magic to make such an execution happen. She'd have to do whatever damage she could do with her hands and fingers, gouge out the old mother's vicious eyes, and tear her lying tongue out by its rotting roots. She'd start with the eyes. But the hag wasn't in the mood to die today. She reached up and caught hold of Candy's hand, her grip so tight and tightening still that she plainly intended to grind Candy's finger bones to dust. With one hand holding Candy firmly, she reached out with the other. Her imperial dignity was once again intact, and so was the power that accompanied it. She murmured a syllable or two, and one of the wide-bladed knives that had taken Malingo apart came to her outstretched hand. She closed her fingers around the sticky handle. "I've had more than my fill of you, Miss Chickentown." So saying, the Empress raised the knife high above her head. Candy refused to give the old woman the satisfaction of seeing her afraid. Instead, she kept climbing, grabbing hold of whatever she could find, whether it was antiquated fabric of the dress or one of the dolls. Her bruises ached and her head throbbed, but not once did she take her eyes off Mater Motley's turkey-neck throat, even as the knife came whistling down. Chapter 72. Truth. The knife didn't reach her. 18 inches from Candy's skin, it struck something, an object that was completely invisible, yet sufficiently solid to shatter the blade as though it had been made of ice. "Who did this?" Mater Motley demanded. "Who did this?" She glanced down at Candy. "It wasn't you, so don't even try to claim it was." She thrust her hand over Candy's face and pushed her away. Her presence here, dead or alive, was suddenly of no interest to her. Somebody here had blocked the imperial will, and she wanted to know who. She turned her black gaze on those in her immediate vicinity, staring very hard at each dirty, scorched stitchling for a moment to assess their chances of guilt. "You, was it? No. Too stupid. You? No. Your brains are burning. You, perhaps? No, another cretin. Is nobody proud enough to own this act?" Silence. "Are you all just mud and cowardice? Every single one?" Finally, a weary voice said, "All right. Don't give yourself a fit, you old boneyard. If it's all that important to you, I did it." The crowd of stitchlings parted. A figure emerged from behind a flickering distraction shield. "You," the hag said. "Me," said Christopher Carrion. "Why must you always defy me?" "Oh, Lordy Lou, I didn't want you to kill the girl." "And again I say, why? You had a reason to protect her when she had your princess in residence. But now?" "I don't know," Carrion said. "But please, don't." The hag thought for a moment, then grinned. "A favor for a favor, then?" Carrion's thin lips curled. "What do you want from me?" "Tell your father, Christopher," Mater Motley said. "Tell him how he'll be welcomed." Candy turned this phrase over and over in her head and watched Carrion's face very closely. Her belief that there was indeed a mystery here, some family secret that was teetering on the rim of revelation, was deepening. She still had absolutely no idea of what it was. Her one clue was that the hag had made that bizarre remark that after death her son would not be alone. Was there somebody else held prisoner in Mater Motley's dolls? Another soul, or souls, perhaps? Yes, it was several. She knew it the instant she thought it, and they were all being held prisoner in all those wretched little dolls made of filth and rags. Suddenly, she understood. "The children," Candy said. "Oh, God, she's got all the children!" Mater Motley didn't respond at first. She had already moved with unnatural speed to stand in front of Zephario and had begun to sing a death lullaby to him, but Candy's outburst silenced the slaughter song. "Shut her up!" she ordered Carrion. "Quickly, you fool! Shut her up!" "What's she saying?" "It doesn't matter what she's saying. Just shut her up!" For a few seconds, the hag unglued her gaze from Zephario and threw Carrion a look, which briefly lit up his face with a burst of stinging, bitter green light, as though she'd just plunged his head in gangrenous waters. This was a new trick, and it was only with the greatest effort that he succeeded in controlling his revulsion. "Did you not hear me?" the hag was saying. "Yes," Carrion said. He didn't need another lesson from his empress. This newfound ability to render his own sanctuary poisonous was a terrifying escalation in her skills. He had no choice but to grovel. He stumbled toward Candy, his head roaring from the toxins still in his system, telling her as he did so, "You should have gone when I told you to. Now I have to kill you." "Have you heard a word I've said?" Candy asked. "Not one more word," Mater Motley instructed. "She's afraid," Candy thought. "I've got the truth." The sudden certainty gave her voice power. "Carrion, listen to me. She's got your brothers and sisters." Carrion looked at her through the strangely stained fluid in his collar with a look of puzzlement. "In the dolls. She's got all your family right here with her." "Shut her up!" "Your father thinks they're in paradise. It's what kept him sane. But it was a lie, Christopher. Just another of her cruel, vicious lies. She's had their souls all along." "In the dolls." Now he started to understand. "In the dolls. And my mother, too." "Don't ask me. Ask." Carrion was already turning on his grandmother. "Is it true?" he demanded. "Well, is it? Haven't you slit her throat yet?" "I asked you a question. You really want to know?" "I asked, didn't I? Oh, you know me. I'm frugal. Nothing ever goes to waste. Not when it can be turned into power. I wasn't going to let all those souls fly off to paradise when I could use them here, close to me. They're family, after all. My flesh and blood. They wouldn't even have existed if I hadn't endured the gross befoulments of the womb. I even let them sense one another, which does help them to hope. And they yearn, of course, for what they will never see again, never touch again, even though they're so very close to one another." She ran her bony fingers over the dolls as she spoke. "And the longer I keep them, the deeper the yearning gets." As Candy watched Carrion listening to this, she thought she caught a glimpse of something she'd never seen in his eyes before. She'd seen him dangerous and despairing, loving and lost. But this was a singularity. Hatred. "Why didn't you tell me?" he said. "What business is it, of yours? They're my brothers and sisters. You never knew them. Why should you care? You never cared before. I thought they were in a happier place. Well, who's to say what they feel?" "They feel everything," Candy said. "Shut up!" screeched the hag. "They feel everything." "I will!" "Because they're connected to everything." "Kill you!" "There'd be no power in them if they weren't," Candy continued, unmoved. "You only drain off what comes through them, but it comes from everything and everywhere." "The girl speaks the truth," Zephario said very softly. Candy glanced up at Carrion's father, who was staring down at his son through his blind, bleeding eyes. "Must I show you?" he said to Christopher softly. There was no answer forthcoming from Carrion. "Then I must." Strands of pale, creamy mist were appearing in the fluid like a blindfold, concealing the innocent blue in his eyes as well as the nightmares, black at their center. This had to be his father's handiwork, Candy thought. Not that Carrion had resisted it. Zephario was showing his son a glimpse of the world they had both lost, of Carrion's brothers and sisters whose laughter, shrieks, tears, and prayers he had many times imagined he'd heard. Your mother stayed in the house until the very end, Zephario said. I had to drag her out of there myself. That's how I got the burns. I started to melt in the heat. This is absurd, the Empress muttered. You know it's the truth, Mother, said Zephario. This is how it was, Christopher. Do you see? Do you see what your beloved grandmother did? Candy couldn't, of course, share the vision, but she didn't need to. She knew perfectly well what Carrion the Elder was sharing with the younger. His mother, in extremis. Carrion had told Candy once that it was the first image he remembered, though at the time he'd no knowledge that it was his own mother he'd been watching die. She'd just been a screaming column of fire. I've seen enough, Father, Carrion said. Weakened by the visions, he blindly struggled to get to his feet, unable to see anything but the horror he was being shown. Father, he said again, more violently this time. Please! I've seen your memory now. He got to his feet. I believe you. And as he spoke the words, the clouds cleared away. Carrion's eyes had never looked as blue as they did now, nor his pupils as black. Chapter 73. Souls. Oh, so slowly, Carrion raised his head. His purified gaze was fixed on Mater Motley. I see you now so clearly, Grandmother, he said. The clarity of your eyesight is of no importance to me, the Empress said. My brothers and sisters are dead, should be in paradise. Well, they're not, nor will they ever be. They're part of the power that raised you so high. Let them go. No, I can make you do it. You could try, the Empress said, but it would be your last act. So be it, he said. As he spoke, he came at her, throwing some wielding ahead of him as he did so. It exploded in her face like a ball of spiked darkness. He didn't give her so much as an instant to recover, but grabbed at her throat, apparently intent on throttling the life out of her. He carried her before him, stumbling back among her stitchlings. Candy had seen the two of them meet head-to-head like this once before, on the deck of the Wormwood. She had no interest in watching the struggle play out again. Her concern was for poor Zephario. He was still pierced by the Nephori, but he clung to life. She went to him. The temperature of the air dropped several degrees as she got closer to the enemy of all living things, an unnatural chill that drove ice needles into her ligaments and marrow, making every step she took more difficult than the one before. But she would not be dissuaded. Sensing her pain, Zephario raised his head. When he spoke his thoughts, it was a whisper of a whisper, the last exhausted murmur of a man using every sliver of strength to hold on to life. The Abarat is still in you, he murmured. I don't feel it, Candy replied. It's there. You would never have gotten so close without it. Not much of it, but what does it mean? What does what mean? Abarat. Roughly translated, it means pieces of life. Then take them back, the pieces of life. Finish this, set them free. There's a door in your head that Diamanda made when she put Boa's soul into you. It's not wood and hinges. It's just a way into your being. I know this door. Then open it, quickly. I did it already. Lordy Lou, so you did. Will this hurt? It won't be my soul coming into you that will pain you, Zephario said. It will be my coming forth from you again. Why? Because I will enter you through a single door which you opened. But if I am to free all the souls, I must exit through many. You mean doors that haven't been made yet? I'm sure there's a better way, but we don't have the time. Funny that. We live in islands of hours, and we never seem to have time enough for anything. Here I come. Instantly, Candy felt the nerves in her head twitch, and Zephario's life force came into her. It was strangely comforting, an odd sense of familiarity. Not the same as Boa being there, of course, but close enough. She felt Zephario's anger turning her strength to its purpose, empowering her to face the monster. The hag hadn't even noticed her short exchange with Zephario. She'd been too busy fighting with her grandson. Unlike their battle on the deck of the Wormwood, in which the two of them had been equally matched, the balance had now plainly shifted in favor of the hag. She had the wielding powers of the Nephori at her disposal, and Carrion had nothing in his arsenal that was a match for them. Candy turned just in time to see Carrion drop down upon the ground, which was a chaotic mass of smoking fissures. The nightmares in his collar were writhing insanely, bleeding darkness into the fluid around his head. Whatever she had done to him, he had no fight left. The blow she landed would be the end of him. "Empress," Candy said, "I'm still here." Motley turned as she spoke. "Don't worry, girl. My son's dead, and my grandson's almost gone. You're next." Candy felt Zephario's power moving through her as the hag's contemptuous gaze settled on her. The power divided as it did so, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8, 8 becoming 16. He had warned Candy it would hurt, and he'd not lied. The pieces of his divided soul coursed through her body in defiance of all anatomical constraints, burning their way like tiny fires through marrow and muscle, nerve and vein. Their passage was rapid, but before they could escape her, the hag saw something in Candy that made her suspicious. "What have you done?" she said. She didn't wait for an answer. She raised her hand, around which the air was already becoming denser, as she summoned up a murdering spell. She would have let it fly a moment later had Carrion not caught hold of her arm. He lacked the strength to hold on to her for more than a few seconds, but that was all the time Zephario's fragmented soul required to disperse itself throughout Candy's body. The instant he was spread, he burst free. The sting of his soul's departure was almost more than Candy's consciousness could endure. But she held on despite the pain, and her anguish was rewarded with an extraordinary vision, the flight of soul shards. Seeing the moat speeding toward her, the hag panicked. She wrestled her hand from Carrion's grip and directed her murderous spell at the pieces of Zephario's soul, but Zephario had outmaneuvered her. By dividing himself as he had into so many parts, he presented not one place to strike, but many. And while Mater Motley was still attempting to free herself, Zephario's soul pieces found what they'd traveled so far to find, his family. As each of his children woke to the presence of their father, the filthy little doll in which its soul had been sewn up burst open as though a small explosion had been ignited in each. One by one, the dolls hanging in grim rows across the front of the Empress's gown blew apart as the son or daughter inside woke up to the proximity of Zephario. Candy could not know, of course, what that moment felt like. Soul liberating soul liberating soul. But she saw how it looked clearly enough, and it was no gentle business. Small though the dolls were, they burst with astonishing violence, their coils of ragged cloth like entrails bursting from poorly sewn anatomies, as something both more abstracted and more real was set free. If there was any way to distinguish one child from another, or the children from their mother, Candy couldn't see it. They were simply points of brightness that burst from their squalid prisons, weaving around one another in front of the hag as if to taunt her with their long-awaited freedom, then forming a cloud of ecstatic light that rose as its numbers swelled. The motion of the mote so fast that the trails they left upon the air seemed to form something that was almost a solid form, a ragged globe of threaded light, glorious in celebration of their reunion. The effect upon Mater Motley was catastrophic. Each time one of the dolls came apart, her body convulsed, the scale of the motion mounting so that she was quickly reduced to the status of a doll herself, helpless in the grip of forces she could not control. It was not for want of trying. Twice she had attempted to summon up wieldings to drive Zephario back, but the violence with which she was being thrown around robbed her of the breath to finish them. Once only did she manage to utter 4 words, her eyes upon Candy as she spoke them. "I will find you," she said. It was an uninspired response to the exquisite complexities of all that had come before, but Candy knew the viciousness of the woman cursing her too well to take the words lightly. Yes, the Empress of the Abarat had been cast down from her place of power, and yes, the souls she had most prized had been set free, the remnants of their prisons hanging off her dress, gutted. Yes, she was weak at that moment, and could perhaps have been destroyed. But none standing or lying or kneeling there knew how it might be done. Minutes before, she had been the very image of imperial power, descending the flank of Mount Caliguli with an army of burning assassins following upon her heels. Now she was in tatters, but she was still too dangerous a creature, and too unpredictable for anyone to attempt to put her out of her misery. In truth, it was this most inward of wounds that saved Candy's life, for after Zephario's soul passage through her body, Candy's strength was utterly depleted. Had the hag simply picked up a stone, she could have effortlessly beaten Candy's brains out there and then, and destroyed her nemesis in a heartbeat. But the Empress couldn't bear the idea of being seen in this broken, humiliated state, even though she'd won. The only memory of her she wanted anyone to take away from this battle was of her triumphant descent down the slope of Mount Caliguli. So, in a manner of restraint and decorum befitting a true empress, she turned her back on the girl from Chickentown and very quickly made magical arrangements for her exit. She cast her eyes toward the bright place overhead where the comet of carrions had briefly sundered the air and parted, leaving only a glimpse of that paradise to which they had gone visible behind the door through which they had passed. The Empress was, of course, no longer racked by the convulsions that the dolls had caused. All that unpleasantness was over. She could form words of summoning, sufficient unto the task of calling forth from the lava crust beneath her feet 7 petals, enclosing her in a sheath of mottled gray and black, like a toxic flower that had yet to blossom. Only as it was about to close up, completely concealing Mater Motley from sight, did she utter one final instruction to the other in her midst, in a language eons older than even old Abaratian, the ancient mind words of the Nephori. Candy didn't need to know the language to understand what the creature had been told. The sounds of the words conjured pictures which appeared with appalling clarity in her mind's eye. She saw the ground crack. She saw rushing water. She saw the void. Then the petal shroud closed around Mater Motley and sealed her up completely, and having done so, folded itself upon itself and was gone. The moment the Empress was out of sight, every eye in the Abarat witnessed the appearance of what Midnight's hand had cancelled. The light. The sackbrood fell from the sky, withered, and turned to ash. It was a momentary triumph, for the old hag had left the Nephori in her stead, asking of it one last favor. Make sure that those many thousands who had witnessed her presence here did not live to tell of what they had witnessed. Chapter 74. The Hammer of the Nephori. Candy? Gaza was there, standing a little distance away from her, as though he wasn't entirely certain that whatever he'd just witnessed happening was finally over, now that she was out of the fugue state that had put such a strange expression onto her face. "It's all right," she said, looking up at him. She let him study her a while to reassure himself that he did indeed have his candy back with him. "I'm all right." "That thing? The Nephori?" She glanced back over her shoulder. There were little bursts of brightness in the clots in the cloud of the Nephori, as though its vast gaseous intelligence was speaking to itself, turning over possibilities. "She instructed it to leave no witnesses," Candy said. "So now it's going to kill everybody?" "I would think so. If you were Empress of the Abarat, would you want anyone, even a stitchling, to be able to report what they'd just seen? Poor Malingo. He's already gone. I'm afraid we're going to be following him very soon." "You're giving up?" Gaza said. He sounded appalled. "You, Candy Quackenbush? You can't give up. What about the people whose lives you saved? The people here, thousands of them." "They saved themselves." "Well, perhaps. But you showed them how to go on, and why." He looked away from her and attempted to clear his own eyes of tears with a quick wiping of his cheek. "Please, Gaz," she said. "None of this was an accident, Candy. You meeting me, us coming here. I know you think you just brought more bad things here than good, and maybe Malingo would still be alive, but maybe he'd still be waiting for somebody to find him and show him how to escape the wizard forever. You told me once, do you remember, not to think always of how something can happen, only know they do?" "I've got nothing left in me, Gaza. I couldn't conjure a peanut, never mind a glyph. We can still find a way out of here." "I don't see how. We're trapped." Behind them was the void, in front of them the liquid fire of Mount Gilligally, and to either side of the island the spumy waters of the Isabella, pouring off over the edge of the world into oblivion. Candy was right. There was no way out. Meanwhile, the Nephori was responding to Mater Motley's last instruction. Its virtually passive state became suddenly activated by the prospect of slaughter. The eruptions of light within each of the clotted areas threw out filaments of light, like lines drawn between constellations in the roiling darkness of the Nephori's internal universe. As each line found its destination and moved on to the next, its brightness intensified, as though some vast mathematical equation was being solved in this geometry, a theorem concerned, paradoxically, with the ordered escalation of chaos. The speed with which the calculations took place continued to increase. It was only a matter of time before it reached critical mass. "We're not just going to stand here and look at it, are we?" Gaza said. "No." "So we're going?" Gaza said very quickly and softly. "Yes." "Turn and run?" "Better not to run, I think. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves." "Got it," Gaza said. But the Stitchlings, having been betrayed by their Empress once again, despite her promises of high remuneration, were beginning to understand that the Nephori intended to massacre them as well, and took flight. The Nephori knew not where to begin its work of destruction. Finding a small window, together Candy and Gaza began to retreat, step after slow step over the baking earth. They had taken 9 steps when the connection of black constellations ceased. The roiling motion in the interior went on, but now the darkness was being drawn toward a single place in the configuration. If the thing had an eye, then perhaps this was it. "It's watching us," Candy said. "Yeah, I get that feeling too. Maybe we should—" "Stop moving," Gaza suggested. "Yep." They stopped. It didn't seem to help much. The eye continued to draw in strands of darkness from all around it. The point was very soon going to be reached where it could get no darker, nor any denser. Then surely its killing power would fly. The darkness flickered. Candy glanced at Gaza, and as she did so, one of the stitchlings to the right of the creature lost its nerve and turned to run. The Nefari turned too. Not its entire body, just that little part within which the dark amassing eye was set. A brief glance sending a blur of shadows forth, and the stitchling, which had been one of the bigger brutes, was gone, as though the darkness had simply devoured it. Candy and Gaza turned and ran. And it hurt. Oh, how it hurt! Though the channeling of Zeferio's soul had been traumatic, and Candy's body ached just about everywhere, it was, strange to say, a good hurt, a pain that made her aware of how alive she was, and how good it felt to be alive. That was something worth running for, wasn't it? To have more life, yes, more time, to see the miracles of the hours, and to help heal its wounds. More time to keep the company of the young man who was running as hard as she was beside her. All this raced through her mind as her body, filled with fury and gratitude, carried her over the broken ground. All this and one other thing. The mystery of the 25th hour, the time out of time. There was a mystery being guarded there about which she knew nothing except that it existed, and that she would never know the Abarat until she had solved it. So much still to do, to explore, to solve, to feel. She couldn't die yet. But it was hard ground to race over, and they would have stumbled several times if each had not had the other to keep them from falling. They had a third companion, though Candy had not glimpsed it yet. One of the Aberratian seagulls had apparently decided to keep them company as they ran. Candy could hear its huge wings flapping somewhere overhead, and once she thought she saw it for a moment, but it was such a brief glimpse, and what she saw was so large and preposterous, that she assumed her hallucinating senses were playing tricks. There was no doubt that the bird was keeping up with them, however. The more distance they were able to put between themselves and the Nefari, the louder its wing beats became. Finally, Candy slowed long enough to glance back. It was hard to judge how far they'd come. The landscape had changed even in the short time they'd been running. The wind had shifted, and the smoke from the volcano was drifting north, toward the edge of the world. It obscured almost completely the remains of the Stormwalker, along with most of Mount Caligula's northern flank. It only thinned out as it came close to the Nefari. Or was it that the smoke had been consumed by the creature? That made sense. There was a jaundiced taint to the Nefari now, as though it had somehow inhaled all the sulphurous filth in the cloud, and plucked up by its own devices shards of white-hot stone that hung like nascent stars in the Nefari's universe. She took all this in, the smoke, the stolen yellow tainting the Nefari, the bright white stars, in one brief glance. Then, realizing what she had not seen, looked again. The stitchlings had gone. The burning ones, the ones that had just a flicker of fire here and there, and even those that had emerged from the wreckage whole, all of them gone. The Nefari had destroyed them all. Now the Nefari had nothing left to delay it. Candy and Gaza were its only targets, and after them it came. Candy didn't look back a third time. She didn't need to. She could feel the motion of the alien as it closed in on them, a profound disturbance in the ground over which she and Gaza were running. There were people coming to meet them from the crowd of survivors at the far end of the island, and leading that crowd was John Mischief, arms outstretched. The gesture was optimistic, but the expression on his face was not. Even at this distance, Candy could see that Mischief's eyes were looking past Candy and Gaza. He was looking at the Nefari, and he could see something terrible beyond words was about to happen. "Bad news," the bird said. "It's attacking." Candy's heart jumped, hearing the voice of the creature. Malingo? She slowed her run, looking for the bird, and, failing to find it, stopped entirely. Suddenly, down it swooped to hover in front of her. It was indeed Malingo, or rather his head. The wound of his neck closed up, and the leathery outgrowths on either side of his head flapping to keep him in the air. "You're alive!" Despite their desperate situation, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! Look at you!" "This is how Geshrats are born," he said. "Heads with wing ears. Our bodies are replaceable. I'll just grow a new one when this is all over." "You never told me. You never asked." "Well, that's the strangest thing I've ever seen," said John Moot. "I disagree," said John Serpent. "Of course you do," said John Mischief. "Hey, I'm glad Malingo's alive too," Gaza said, "but we still have a problem." The Nefari was no longer pursuing them. It had halted 20 yards or so from Candy, Gaza, and Malingo. Though Candy had seen countless images of power in her journeys through the Abarat, she'd never witnessed anything quite the equal of this. It was immense, a looming mass of contradictions. Despite its gaseous liquid form, there were places where the clotted darkness had a steely sheen to it, and others where it seemed the fine lines she'd seen drawn on its darkness had been etched there on countless previous occasions, an intricate matrix of line upon line upon line, darker even than the darkness into which they'd been scratched. "Oh dear," said John Phillott. "What's it doing?" "Nothing good," Candy said. There was an insistent downward motion to the darkness now, the force of its substance pressing upon the solidified lava. It cracked open, jagged ruptures in the ground which rapidly spread toward Candy and Gaza. There was nothing mysterious about either the motion of the fissures or of the light blazing out of them. The fissures were under the control of the Nefari, and they opened onto the molten magma that ran beneath the island. Their way back to Mischief and the rest of the survivors was now denied. The widest of the fissures, 7 feet wide and getting wider, had clearly been created to cut them off from their friends. They were being herded toward the northwestern corner of the island, where the waters of the Sea of Isabella became a roaring white frenzy as they plunged helplessly on past the coast of Scoriae and over the edge of the world. There was no real shore. The black lava rock simply sloped a little steeper before it met the panicking waters as they went to meet oblivion. The Nefari was a stranger to itself, its mind a shadow on the wall of a chamber where the worst atrocities one living thing could visit upon another were commonplace. All it knew was the processes of fear and how to multiply them. In the case of the young witch and her friends, it simply drove them back toward the waters until they were trapped between 2 unpleasant deaths, to be plunged into the white waters of the Isabella and drowned, or to drop into one of the fissures and be cooked alive. At least, this had been its master plan. But the fracturing of the ground wasn't proceeding as speedily as it had planned. There were more urgent claims upon its time right now than watching the little witch perish. It had come here to witness the elevation of the woman Mater Motley, into whose hands its species priests had put great power for reasons more to do with their own grand designs than in service of her imperial ambition. But she had underestimated the enemy, despite the elegance of her plotting. The battle had been messier than the Nefari had anticipated, but it had been won in the end. Even so, the priests who had dispatched the Nefari here would not be pleased with the way things had gone. The sooner they had this news, the sooner they could make whatever strategic changes they judged appropriate. So the Nefari could not afford to linger any longer. It needed this business with the girl and the fisherman over with, once and for all. It needed to break the ground more effectively, and for that, it already had a plan. It willed its body to exude 2 horns of matter into which it rerouted the darkness that had been dropped into its bowels. Now that same weighty darkness climbed up into the horns it had formed, turning them into vast hammers. And down they came, 2 hammerheads of darkness that slammed into the wounded ground. Instantly, a fresh network of fissures appeared from the place where its hammerheads had landed. They zigzagged toward Candy and Gaza, separating them from the Johns, and causing every crack that had already gaped between the Nefari and its victims to become even wider, creating a network of new fissures that drove the witch and her friends back and back and back until they were at the top of the narrow shore that led down to the water's edge. the Nefari lifted its hammer-headed horns again, reaching up even higher than it had previously, and brought them down like a judge slamming down his gavel to pass the final sentence. The shockwave it sent made the ground to gape everywhere, causing the tiny parcel of shore where the witch and her friends stood to be separated from the rest of the ground. "We're in trouble," was all Candy could say. Then the waters tugged at their little portion of ground with so much strength that it could no longer resist the demand. It parted from the rest of the shore with a violent shudder that threw Candy and Gaza to their knees. Then the current caught it, and it was borne inexorably toward that place where the Sea of Isabella was lost to oblivion. Chapter 75. The End of the World. The waters of the Isabella did more than simply carry the fragment of shoreline toward the limits of reality. It spun the makeshift vessel round and round, rocking it from side to side as it did so. But none of these chaotic maneuvers were sufficient to prevent Malingo from coming into land on the slippery surface, with only the tips of his wing ears to prevent him from sliding straight across the water-slickened surface to be dumped in the crazed surf on the other side, where he would certainly have drowned. Luckily, Candy saw him slide past her and instinctively reached out, grabbing hold of one of his flailing wings, halting him before the worst could happen. Not that there wasn't an even more calamitous fate awaiting them all just a few seconds away. Though the actual spot where the waters fell off into the abyss was veiled in spray, there was no doubting its proximity. The closer the suicidal current brought them to their final moments, the less noise the waters made, their roar and rush fading as they dropped off the edge of the world. "You could still fly back," Candy said to Malingo. "Why would I want to do that?" "Because we're going to die," Gaza said, sounding thoroughly furious. "I'd give my right arm for a chance to get off this damn rock." "Oh, really? And leave your lady?" Gaza blushed. "I knew it," said Malingo. "I knew it too," Gaza said, looking to Candy. "From the moment I saw you. Don't ask me how, but I did." "I love you, Candy," he said. "I'm glad I finally said it myself. I know it's a bit late, but there hasn't been a lot of opportunity with one thing or another." Candy smiled at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" Malingo said. "What?" "You're just smiling at him." Any further words were drowned out by a vast silence as the roaring sound of the water's chaos was stilled suddenly and completely, and the gray-blue mist that veiled the place where the waters actually fell away cleared. The currents that had carried the fragment of scoriae to that place now vanished, for here the sea herself gave up possession of all form and will and power, and were tossed over the end of the Abarat, broken into innumerable beads of water, illuminated for a few seconds by the firelight, then extinguished. What had been, in the reality from which the beads of water had now departed, an irresistible force, was now no more than a million drops falling away into the abyss. "This is it," Gaza said. Candy thought, "After this, there'll be no more magic, no more visions, no more love or hope or—" "No, wait!" she said aloud. "Wait!" "Who are you talking to?" Gaz said. "I want more!" she yelled into the void. "More what?" "Everything!" she told him. "Why are you smiling?" Gaz said. "We're going over the edge of the world," Malingo said. "If there's some good news, tell it before we're gone forever." "Later," Candy said. "I'll tell you later." They had run out of sea. The piece of land lurched and began to fall, but before it fell, Candy had time to look back toward the shore of scoriae and saw with heartbreaking clarity John Mischief and his brothers. They were all watching her from a place so close to the water's edge that every fresh surge of water threatened to carry them all away. Indeed, they almost seemed to be inviting that very fate. So close to calamity were they standing. "Go back!" Candy yelled to them, though she very much doubted her words were audible. John Mischief cupped his hands to either side of his mouth, and the brothers tried yelling something in unison, but the air refused to carry the sound. The silence between shore and sea went unstirred. Then the little scrap of scoriae tipped, and over the edge it went, going where so much of the Sea of Isabella had already gone. Down and down and down. The John brothers shouted the same word at the same instant. Her name, of course. Candy! It did no good. It changed nothing. The waters carried Candy, Gaza, and Malingo away, and down they went, out of the John brothers' sight. "She's gone!" Mischief shouted. "She can't have," said Philip. "Well, she has," Mischief raged. But, she was going to make everything all right," John Moot whimpered. "It never would have worked," Serpent said. "A thing like the Nefari is beyond anybody's power to resist. It'll kill us all now." Serpent turned to look back at the Nefari. For once his worst expectations were wrong. Those who walk behind the stars were departing. Promises were baubles with which ephemeral beings distracted themselves. The Nefari had their own far more important dealings. The beast had already swung its massive form around, and it was now moving off through the smoke toward the volcano. Its motion drew still more sulfur out of the churning air, and the Nefari's color deepened again to a dazzling yellow. Then, as though it had drawn a massive surge of power from feeding off the smoke, it quickened its step, throwing open its cosmic robes as it did so, and like a dark sail filled by a following wind, it swelled up and stepped off the ground, climbing the filthy air so quickly that in less than 10 seconds it had gone from sight completely. "Well, that was anticlimactic," Serpent remarked. "Only you, Serpent," said John Phillip, "would complain because our executioner left." "I'm only saying. It's a bit—" "Shut up, Serpent," Mischief said. There was deep rage in his voice. "Don't you understand what this means?" "Oh," said Serpent after a pregnant pause. "Lordy Lou." His voice for once was scoured of every last drop of sarcasm or insincerity.
"She's dead,"
said John Drowse. "Not dead," John Moot said. "Yes, Moot, dead." "We don't know for certain," John Pluckett said.
"For the first and probably the last time, I agree with Serpent," Drowse said. "It's no use denying what we saw with our own eyes."
"And what did we see?" John Slop said.
"Not very much, it seems to me. I certainly didn't see them die."
"You're clutching at straws, brother. They went over the edge of the world."
"That they did,"
Drowse agreed. "They fell, no question," John Moot said. "They're probably still falling," Phillip said.
"So what happens to them?"
Slop asked. "She'll live," John Serpent said with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "If anyone's capable of surviving falling over the edge of the world, she is." John Mischief had lost his rage and had gone back to contemplating the scene beyond the shore. Nothing had changed. The Isabella still rushed toward her dissolution. The fine spray that blurred the place where her waters fell away, which had briefly cleared and now concealed the place again.
"What are you looking at, Mischief?"
Moot wanted to know. "Everything. Nothing," he replied.
"Well, that's a waste of time," Moot said. "We've got things to do, important things."
Mischief continued to look at the sea. "Such as?" he said.
"Oh, come on, Mischief," Moot said. "You know as well as I do." "Can't think of anything."
"Well, we got a body to bury for one," Sallow said. "That's a pleasant prospect. Then there's the 8 dynasties to deal with. We can't do that on our own." "We had a life before she came along," John Phillip reminded him. "Yes, John, but we were waiting," John Mischief replied. "Weren't we? That first day in the hereafter was about more than a stolen key. We all felt that, didn't we?" "Yes," said John Serpent. "Of course we did. I admit to it. I had a sense of—" he scoured his vocabulary for the right word—"of imminence." something of consequence was about to happen. And then she came into our lives, Mischief said. And she changed everything. Everything? John Serpent said. Everything, Mischief replied. Chapter 76. And Beyond. Falling and falling and falling through utter emptiness, Candy, Malingo, and Gaza quickly lost track of time, and, with no means of judging how far they'd fallen, of space, too. The same colorless, undifferentiated space to their left and to their right, and above and below. It didn't even offer them the hope that darkness had offered, the chance that hidden somewhere was life, purpose, meaning. There was just a gray banality, a vast absence through which they tumbled, without any way to judge the speed of their fall, or even at times whether they were falling at all. They said nothing. What was there to say when there was nothing but nothing around you? There was no view to remark on, no moon was rising, no trailing stars, no sun departing, the sky in flames, nor was there sky for it to fall from. And still they fell. Or perhaps only thought they fell. Dreamed it, perhaps. Whatever the reason, it didn't change their circumstances. To fall was to fall. Suddenly there was something out of nothing. A flash of blue and scarlet, which instantly enveloped Malingo and snatched him out of sight. Luckily, he yelled his head off at this abduction, and his long, loud cry appeared in the bland air, as though he'd scrawled it in a long trail of silver smoke. It was the first solid, or virtually solid, thing any of them had seen since they'd gone over the edge. It wasn't much of a lifeline, but it was better than the absence. So Candy caught hold of the silver strand, hoping that it wouldn't go to nothing in her grip. No. It was solid. "Grab hold of me!" she yelled to Gaza. He had his hand around her ankle before the words were out of her mouth. 3 thoughts came into Candy's head at the same time, each demanding priority. 1, that she hoped Malingo didn't stop yelling. 2, that they might not fall forever after all. And 3, that she should have known the moment she saw the mirrored word Abarat, that if there was a mirror of the islands along the horizontal axis, then it stood to reason that there'd also be one on the vertical. If to the left, then to the right. If above, then below. While her thoughts fought, she pulled herself, hand over hand, along the length of the braided cry. She could see the length of it receding from her grip, and could fix her eyes upon the spot, no more than 3 hauling lengths away, where it went from sight. What else could she do but follow her hands to the place, and find out the why and the how of it? And then, Lordy Lou, Malingo stopped yelling. Candy felt the cord slacken and let out a panicked yell of her own, which instantly formed a turquoise ribbon in front of her, like her breath on a winter's day, before fluttering away when she stopped her cry. She wasn't going to let their chance to get out of the void slip away. Whatever was on the other side of the wall of murk, it couldn't be any worse than falling forever into oblivion, could it? She forced her body to reach. Reach! Go on, fingers! Go on, hands! Beyond the end of the cord, which was already slipping up and away, carried by a gust of wind that smelled like lightning and pineapples. Her fingers went now, disappearing completely. Her hands searched, probing through the void, and touched something on the other side of the wall of nothingness. It was moist and warm, as though it had been painted by a loaded brush. And as soon as she touched whatever it was, reached toward her with the same urgency. Dozens of boneless feelers as thin as string wrapped themselves around her hands and wrists. "What's in there?" Gaza wanted to know. "I've no idea," she told him. "But it's alive, and it's got hold of me. It's pulling." "Does it hurt?" It didn't, she realized. It was a tight grip, but it didn't mean her harm. "It's all right," she murmured. "What?" "I said, it's all right." She saw a gleam of bright columns ripple past her face. What was that? The word "that" went by. It was written in turquoise on a strip of air the color of mangoes. Malingo? The 3 syllables came out of her mouth and flowed in purples and blues in a woven streak of sound and color. "Yes," he said. "I'm not afraid," she told him. Again, her words poured out in woven stream of color, red, purple, blue. "Oh, will you look at that? Words like ribbons." And out the words came, words like ribbons, green and yellow and orange. "What's happening?" Malingo said. "I just saw my name fly by." "I know." She reached out toward the source of the tentacles. A gust of wind blew from the place where her hand was. She felt it on her face. She heard it telling her, as winds will, "Come away, come away." It carried the words off toward oblivion. "No thanks," she said very quietly, so quietly that the ribbon was translucent. "We've got somewhere to go." She reached out as far as her muscles and joints would allow and grabbed hold of whatever tentacles were growing from the other side. Something there understood the sign she was sending, and it pulled. Candy didn't have time to offer further word to Malingo. It all happened too fast. Suddenly there were bits of color rushing at her, tiny bits, and with them the briefest fragments of sound. Nothing made sense. It came too fast, and it just got faster. Color, 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 note, 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 color, note, call, no, call, no. Suddenly, nothing. A long, empty gray hush. But she wasn't afraid. She knew how these things worked now. Everything was a mirror. If prisons, oh, therefore liberty. It started. If seas, see it? Therefore shores. Hear it? If silence, yes. Therefore song. And they were in another world entirely. Hopelessness is reasonable, but nothing of worth in my life came of reason. Not my love, not my art, not my heaven. So I am hopeful. Zephario Carrion. So ends the 3rd book of Abarat. This is Richard Ferrone. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Abarat, Absolute Midnight by Clive Barker. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2011 by Clive Barker. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.